Order. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Queen's Speech, motion for an address, adjourn debate on question.
Now. Thank you. Order. I inform the House that I have selected Amendment E in the name of the Leader of the Opposition and Amendments A and B, which will be moved formally at the end of the debate. The question is that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. Just before I call the Shadow Chancellor to move Amendment E, I should advise the House that 53 honourable and right honourable members are seeking to catch my eye in this debate, and inevitably today, I'm sorry to say, some will be disappointed. Depending upon the length of the front bench speeches, I will make a judgment as to how exacting the time limit on backbench speeches will need to be. We need to hear, and probably will hear, fully from the Shadow Chancellor and the Chancellor treating of all of the issues, but if they do feel able to tailor their contributions in a utilitarian spirit to minimise unhappiness and to maximise their colleagues' happiness, they will, I think, be widely applauded. To move Amendment E, I call the Shadow Chancellor, Mr Chris Leslie.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I beg to move the amendment in my name and those of my honourable and right honourable friends. Can I, first of all, Mr Speaker, start by welcoming the Chancellor to his place? Very few people serve 2 full terms as Chancellor. I'm sure the whole country will be grateful that he doesn't plan to do that either. So while he may have his eye on another job, let me congratulate him on his reappointment to this one. Of course, we shouldn't ignore the fact that the Chancellor now has a fancy new title to illustrate his role in the EU renegotiation process. He is now the first Secretary of State, no less, following in the footsteps of John Prescott and Peter Mandelson. And let's hope that his ministerial counterparts are suitably impressed. He must now deliver negotiations with other member states to convince the public to opt decisively for Britain to remain a member of the European Union. It's important to secure those stronger rules so that welfare payments only go to those who have contributed into our system. But in my view, we also need greater devolution from Brussels, an overhaul of the EU budget, and far greater accountability of the main institutions of the European Union, which still feel too distant and out of touch. It is also essential that he agrees we need a comprehensive, independent risk analysis of Britain leaving the European Union. It needs to be carried out by the Bank of England, the Treasury and the Office for Budget Responsibility, and it needs to be published in ample time for the public to consider in full before the referendum takes place. But, Mr Speaker, while this is not the Queen's Speech I wanted the House to be debating, let me reassure everybody and the House and remind the Chancellor that we will be a vigilant and responsible opposition, watching closely the choices he still has to make and holding him to account at every step. Yes, I will.
For giving way. He talks about being a responsible opposition. And in the spirit of responsible opposition, will he just admit the errors which were made in his previous economic policy, where he predicted that unemployment would rise, that we would have no growth, and he was comprehensively proved wrong in the election? Has he had time to reflect on how he might recalibrate his economic message?
I've had plenty of time to reflect on the result of the last general election. Obviously, we are disappointed with the result of the last general election, and we will be reviewing our policies accordingly. But I have to say to the honourable gentleman, it's our job now to ask the questions, to give the scrutiny to what he and the front bench are planning to do, and I'll come very shortly to my observations about that. But let's just not neglect the subject at hand, the Queen's Speech. And the headlines in the Queen's Speech have, of course, now been spun. The rhetoric from ministers has started. They're trying in vain to make all the right noises about fairness and even a one-nation government. But let's just pause for a moment, walk through those measures in the Queen's Speech and cut through the spin. The tax-free minimum wage for those working 30 hours sounds fine, sounds absolutely fine, until you realise it's already tax-free. The real question is why no action is in the Queen's speech for the low-paid with incentives for a living wage, something that even the Mayor of London supports. I don't know if he's in his place. Maybe he'll join us later. Rest of the spin in the Queen's speech: the household benefit cap, while necessary, it's only a drop in the ocean of the overall welfare bill, saving less than 0.1% and a total distraction from the root cause of escalating welfare costs for the taxpayer in recent years, the low-wage nature of our economy. Devolution to a northern powerhouse, well, if it's genuine, all well and good, but local communities have heard these promises before, and they know that when this Chancellor talks of devolution, it's usually code for shifting the consequences of cuts, not the power to deliver services. Yes, I will.
Stewart for giving way. At a meeting of the leaders of northern cities on Monday, the Labour leader, who has many years' experience from Manchester City Council, said the North is working together better than it ever has done before. Doesn't that show that actually the Northern Economic Powerhouse is a reality and it's working?
The clue was at the beginning of his intervention. Labour leaders do work well together in local government. And I think as we hear the Chancellor's response to the Queen's speech, they may also find that there are a few surprises. There's a hidden agenda with a bit of a sting in the tail for them over the next few months. The rest of the spin in the Queen's speech, of course, extending the right to buy. Everybody is in favour of home ownership, of course, but this scheme proposed by the ministers is so badly thought through, throwing housing associations into chaos, that even the Mayor of London, for it is he, has called it the height of insanity. Now, Mr. Speaker, there was a further one, of course, a tax lock designed purely to stop the Chancellor raising VAT again. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker, we welcome any efforts by the Chancellor to legislate against his own record and his own worst instincts. But this legislation is nothing more than proof that he doesn't even trust himself on tax. And of course, it doesn't give any guarantees about other stealth tax rises elsewhere, nor does it prevent him from acting on his other instinct. And I want to ask the Chancellor specifically about this. His instinct, of course, is always to prioritise tax cuts for the very richest over those on middle and lower incomes. Well, they're all shouting from the backbenches, but the Chancellor's eyes are down in his notes. And I want to know whether the Chancellor is planning to cut that top rate of tax from 45p on earnings over £150,000. I'll give way to the Chancellor if he can clarify for us whether that is his plan. Is he going to cut the rate of 45p down on those earning £150,000 or not? I'll give way to him if he's going to clarify that. Well, on that point, maybe he knows the answer.
Wondering if the right honourable gentleman could share with us why is it under 13 years of a Labour government that you didn't increase the top rate from 40p to 50p?
Well, we've heard those arguments. I was asking the government. We've heard those arguments. I was asking the government whether they plan to cut that top rate of tax on earnings of £150,000 from 45p, perhaps down to 40p. And there is silence from the benches opposite, and silence from the Chancellor. Maybe he will come to this later on in his speech. So this Queen's speech was high on rhetoric, but in reality it was the usual combination of diversion and distraction. As ever with this Chancellor, there's more than meets the eye. Because all of their rhetoric is just the tip of a Tory iceberg, with 90% of their real agenda hidden below the surface, still invisible from public view. An agenda that won't even be partly revealed until we get to that emergency budget on July the 8th. Until then, serious questions remain unanswered. Questions about what drives this government and in what direction. Now, the trajectory of overall cuts that he set out in the March budget obviously goes beyond that needed to eradicate the deficit by the end of this Parliament. According to the IFS, the Queen's speech still leaves us totally in the dark about over 85% of the Chancellor's currently planned £12 billion of welfare cuts. And just this morning, Mr. Speaker, the IFS have criticised the government for giving, quote, a misleading impression of what departmental spending in many areas will look like. Quite frankly, there is growing disbelief across the country that he can protect those in greatest need and keep his promises to the electorate on child benefit and disability benefits. And my honourable friends won't have gone without spotting yesterday in Prime Minister's Question Time how the Prime Minister dodged, when challenged by my right honourable friend from East Ham, this question about disability benefits. He digressed into all sorts of reminiscences about the campaign trail and how much fun it was going to various meetings. But the Prime Minister promised that, quote, the most disabled should always be protected. And I will be looking at the Chancellor and the Secretary of State for Welfare to keep the Prime Minister's promises in that way. They may have secured a majority, but they did not secure a mandate for specific cuts to departments or services, because these were never explained or set out before the election. Nor have we ever had an explanation of how they will pay for their multi-billion-pound pledges on tax, on services, or crucially for the NHS. On this side of the chamber, we agree with yesterday's OECD assessment that a fair approach is the right one to take, sensible savings and protection for those on middle and lower incomes. Cuts that decimate public services would be too big a price to pay, especially as they may even result in higher costs in the longer term. Of course, we also heard about how 8,000 nurse training places were cut in 2010. There has then been that proliferation of agency nurses to fill the gap. And is it any wonder, therefore, that the NHS trusts now face a deficit of around £2 billion? Part of the reason why the deficit is so big is because productivity has been so poor. Britain has the second lowest productivity in the G7, and output per worker is still lower than in 2010. This should have been at the top of the Chancellor's agenda throughout the last Parliament, but he didn't even mention it in his last budget speech. For the Tories, it seems productivity just springs magically if government just get out of the way, unrelated to any fiscal or policy choices that they make. But of course I'll give way.
Thank you. On that productivity puzzle, the Shadow Chancellor will know that many pundits have been looking to try and find out exactly what that productivity puzzle is and where that lack of productivity is coming from. And this has been an item that's been examined by the Treasury Select Committee for the last 5 years. If the Governor of the Bank of England, if economists, if nobody else knows where that productivity conundrum comes from, would he like to share with us where he thinks it's coming from?
I'll come to that in a moment, but he must also be profoundly staggered that the Chancellor didn't even mention it in the last budget speech. And that was an error, and that was an omission that I think the Chancellor needs to correct. We take a very different view about where productivity comes from, because productivity for us depends in part on having decent infrastructure and decent public services. Motorways that flow freely and trains that commuters can actually get on. Tax offices answering business queries efficiently rather than keeping company staff waiting on hold. Employees off sick who want to be able to get treated swiftly in a decent NHS. An education system that supports a workforce with high quality skills. Each of these is crucial for our future economic productivity, and each of these depends on the Chancellor making the right fiscal choices for this Parliament. Of course I'll give way.
His speech actually pushed the Chancellor a little harder on productivity, because the recent Chartered Managers Institute report said it's management and skills at the heart. The government hasn't tackled those, and a culture has grown up when even when managers fail to meet targets, they still get their bonuses.
Well, my honourable friend makes very good points. According to the OBR, if productivity growth per worker was closer to 4%, our national debt would be £350 billion lower by the end of this Parliament. There is a connection between what happens in fiscal policy and the choices that we have and what happens in the productive nature of our economy. The OECD, I'll give way in a moment, the OECD confirmed just yesterday in a sobering reality check for the Chancellor, that continued weak productivity could lead to a higher than expected budget deficit, and he should listen to the OECD. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Grateful to the Shadow Chancellor for giving way. He rightly mentions infrastructure as being important. On the day when, by coincidence, the Crossrail tunnel is completed, will he not bring himself to recognise that even at times of great public spending restraint, the last government, and I'm sure this government, have actually continued with essential infrastructure spending on rail and roads in ways that actually do lay the foundations for future long-term prosperity in ways that it's very difficult to do if you run up an unsustainable deficit?
There's a phrase the civil service used to have for things like this. It was a very brave decision of the honourable gentleman to try and defend his government's record on infrastructure. Many of those projects, of course, started under previous governments, still not completed. Wouldn't it be better if we rose above party political picking out of which particular infrastructure project should proceed, and we tried to get a more mature debate about how we plan for infrastructure in this country? Now, the Chancellor knows that Sir John Armitt's report on infrastructure was widely received across the business community and across all sorts of parties, trying to find a way to make sure we have an independent approach to infrastructure planning. And I still believe that that would be a better, more grown-up way to plan for infrastructure. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way on this issue, but could he go to explain to me why it is that in the publication of the Labour manifesto they announced that they were going to put on hold the duelling of the A359, which is very important to delivering good transport links down to the West Country and my Plymouth Sutton Devonport constituency?
Of course there are individual choices and priorities that have to be made, but it would be better if these were done on the basis of need and on the basis of evidence, not simply on whether the honourable gentleman has the ear of a particular minister at a particular point in time. That is the old way to plan infrastructure, and he knows in his heart that that would be something we should reform. But I want to continue. I'll give way to the honourable lady in a moment, but I want to continue on the question of productivity, because the choices that the Chancellor makes in that emergency budget in July are going to be crucial for productivity and therefore crucial to the health of the economy and public finances too. I want to know whether the Chancellor will set out a sensible approach to deficit reduction by prioritising the areas of public spending that do raise productivity. Why don't we ask the Office for Budget Responsibility to report on how the options for the spending review might impact on productivity and living standards, and to set out the impact of the different choices he could make? He will have our support if he wants them to do that work. As the OECD suggested yesterday, the uneven profile of his planned fiscal pathway poses real risks, and higher productivity would give greater scope to protect working families while still balancing the books. So these are the choices he must confront. Is he still planning to double the pace of cuts regardless of the impact on productivity, or is he now planning to moderate that pathway? The Chancellor has wiggle room here, even within his own fiscal rules. I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he is making an excellent speech. And I want to just follow up on a point made by the right honourable member for Huddersfield, pointing out that leadership and management, based on the CMI Chartered Management Institute report, is a key issue for this country, and we have seen nothing from the government on this issue across government strategy, and how much he thinks that should also be part of our review of why we have such issues with productivity in this country.
Well, this is, I think, at the heart of the questions of the policy choices that the Chancellor has. Is he looking not just on how much spending is taking place, but how spending is taking place? The choices that he has to make sure that where we do have to prioritise spending, they should lean in towards supporting growth, supporting productivity, supporting the skills that will in turn get us into that more virtuous cycle. And to not take, in a moment I'll give way, but to not take a reasonable and measured approach when the Chancellor clearly has scope to do so would suggest that he is influenced much more by conservative ideology than economic judgment. And this is what it always comes down to with this Chancellor. Is he focusing on securing the long-term needs of the economy or securing his own long-term future? Focusing on the country or focusing on his backbenchers? focusing on his current job or on a future one? I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Chancellor for giving way. Would he agree with me that the best way to drive productivity is to increase competition? And 800,000 new businesses created in the last Parliament will drive productivity in this country.
Of course, competition is essential, but so also are important public services that support businesses, that make sure that they can optimise the output that they have for the inputs that go into the production process. This is the crucial point that I think we have to focus on. Of course, I'll give way.
My honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that one of the issues with productivity in this country is we've become obsessed with mergers and acquisitions for short-term profitability, rather than allowing industry to invest for the longer term, as economies like Germany have been doing?
Long-term investment, particularly in production process technology, making sure that business investment is supported, is so crucial, which is why the whole stop-start approach that we had in recent years from the Treasury has actually seen us underperform in terms of business investment going into the productive economy. It is absolutely essential. I'll take a couple more interventions. Yes, I'll
thank the Shadow Chancellor for giving way, but government should try and encourage increased productivity in private sector businesses, but it's down to business confidence and their reinvestment decisions. And although business confidence is the highest since 1992, business investment dropped off in the run-up to the last general election because business was scared there's going to be a hard-left socialist government in place.
I know the honourable gentleman wants to make his political points, and we can. Of course, the honourable gentleman wants to do that. I think, though, we have a duty to make sure that we examine far more forensically what are the drivers of economic productivity and the sort of growth that I think will help make sure that we repair the public finances more successfully. And that is the agenda that I think we have to follow. I'll give way in a moment, but these are serious times, and we needed a serious Queen's speech agenda to address Britain's long-term economic challenges. We shouldn't forget, Mr. Speaker, that progress is still fragile in our economy and that the recovery is still too constrained. The economy remains fraught with pressures heaped on the shoulders of many working people. The numbers having to work a second job, for example, to get by have increased dramatically in recent years, and we've got a record number of pensioners returning to the labour market, with the number of over 65s in employment up over 8% in the past year alone. The ONS now say that our share of high-skilled jobs is falling. Theirs is a vision of Britain as a low-wage, bargain-basement economy. That is not a vision of a party for working people. I'll give way.
To the Shadow Minister for giving way. I've listened very carefully, Mr. Speaker, to the speech that he's been making, and he said very little about the creation of jobs that we saw under the last government. Will he use this opportunity now to recognise that we've now got a record number of people in work in this country, which contrasts with the fact that no Labour government, from the time it came into the power to the time it's left, has ever managed to bring down unemployment?
But I don't know if the honourable gentleman saw the report from the Office for National Statistics yesterday, which showed that actually we're losing high-skilled employment in this country, and gradually that is being replaced with low-skilled employment. And that is a real worry. We need to make sure that we compete in the world on the basis of a high-skill, virtuous cycle. I think that he would be complacent if he ignored what is happening in our economy. I can't remember whether I've given way to the honourable gentleman already, but given that he's being so polite and persistent, I'll give way one last time to the honourable gentleman.
I'm obliged, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable gentleman. He likes to give the impression that sweetness and light always surround him, though occasionally he might want to look behind him, because he must recognise that no one is going to take his talk of deficit reduction seriously when sitting behind him is his former leader, who less than a month ago said that the last Labour government did not spend too much.
When it comes to deficit reduction, let us never forget that the Chancellor of the Exchequer promised that we wouldn't have a deficit by now, that the deficit would have gone. It would have been eradicated by now. It was not supposed to be here, and we have now passed missed that deadline. His promise has been broken. He should put his hands up and admit that he failed when it came to his promise on the deficit. Mr. Speaker, we need a focus now to address our economic challenges, not a Chancellor distracted by his political ambitions. We need a concerted drive to boost productivity, a balanced recovery reaching all corners of the country with no sector left behind, a meaningful effort to tackle the root causes of higher welfare costs, low pay and insecure working conditions, a guarantee that any scope for tax cuts should be focused entirely on middle and lower earners, a commitment to reject an ideological drive to shrink back public investment. That's the approach that Britain needs, and that would be a genuinely one-nation approach. But instead, Mr. Speaker, we had a Queen's speech focused on short-term political headlines rather than long-term economic gain. A Queen's speech, Mr. Speaker, designed to lay political traps for the Chancellor's opponents as part of a grand political chess game rather than focusing on productivity and balanced growth. This obsession with short-term, narrow political gain is the Chancellor's curse. He's the Chancellor for whom productivity means kicking the Home Secretary off her cabinet committees. He's the Chancellor for whom a long-term plan means a move next door. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor is sticking with the family business and he's measuring up the wallpaper for number 10 already. For this is his real agenda. Cold and calculating, he is the iceberg Chancellor with hidden dangers beneath the surface, putting productivity and public services at risk, prioritising the very richest above those on middle and lower incomes, pitting one nation against another. Britain did not vote for a hidden agenda, and I urge the Chancellor to put the ambitions of Britain above his own.
Order. The original question was that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper, since when an amendment has been proposed. The question is that the amendment be made. I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. George Osborne.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise on the last day of this Queen's Speech debate to support a programme for government that stands full square behind the working people of this country. It unashamedly backs the aspiration of working people to own their own home. It unflinchingly supports the businesses, especially the small firms, that provide the jobs that working people depend on. It unfailingly stands on the side of parents who want what every parent wants for their child: good education in a great school. It understands that the best way to support the incomes of working people is to let them keep more of their income tax-free. And our programme for government is unwavering in its determination to deliver the sound public finances and economic security they bring for working people, because without that security, nothing else is possible. We were elected as a party for the working people, and we will govern as a government for the working people. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, this is the day when we vote. I will give way in a little moment, but let me make some progress. This is the day when we vote on the Queen's Speech, whether the programme of legislation it proposes should proceed into law. And we were told 4 weeks ago by the pollsters and the pundits that this day would be a day of great constitutional drama. Would the party leader who had managed to cobble enough votes together in a hung parliament manage to survive the test of the vote tonight? Well, as always, we take nothing for granted, but I'm reasonably confident we'll have the votes tonight. Because what the pollsters and the pundits didn't reckon on was the good sense of the British people who didn't want to put at risk everything that has been achieved over the last 5 years, that wanted to continue with a long-term economic plan that's working for this country. But let me say, and I mean this sincerely, it is very good to see the former leader of the Labour Party here. I think he earns the respect of everyone that he's come to this House so soon after the election defeat. I understand he wants to take part in this debate, and that, as I say, will earn the respect of everyone here. And whatever the fierce argument of the general election, I don't think anyone ever doubted his personal integrity or the conviction with which he made his argument. And it is good to see him back in the chamber. And let me also put on record my thanks to the former Chief Secretary to the Treasury, the member for Inverness, who lost his seat at the election, but who I worked incredibly closely with, and I think gave great public service to this country. Not that I'm, of course, sorry to have a Conservative Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and it is fantastic to have my right honourable friend for Chelsea here and the new members of the Treasury team. Now, the measures in this Queen's speech represent the next stages of our long-term economic plan, because we on this side of the House know that the job of repairing the British economy is not done. We know that the work of preparing our country for the future has only just started. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
To the Chancellor for giving way. Does support of hard-working people, including sanctioning those people who are in work but on low wages and in receipt of tax credits?
Well, first of all, if she's talking about benefit sanctions, I think it's perfectly reasonable to ask people who are capable of work to turn up to job interviews, to make sure that they are doing everything they can to look for work. We support them while they look for work, but the taxpayers of this country expect them to search for work. Now, of course, the economic situation at the beginning of this Parliament is vastly better than the economic situation we inherited at the start of the last Parliament. Back then, debt was soaring. Today, debt is projected this year to fall as a share of our national income. Back then, millions were looking for work. Today, 2 million new jobs have been created. Back then, we were in the grips of economic crisis. This week, the latest forecast is that the UK will not just be the fastest growing of any of the G7 economies in 2014, but now in 2015 as well. And that we have come so far in 5 years is a testament to the effort of the working people of Britain. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
To the Chancellor, because one of the myths that the Conservatives have been very successful, and I'll credit them with that, is suggesting that debt just soared under the last Labour government from 1997 onwards. Debt, according to the House of Commons Library, debt at 1997 was at a higher level than it was in 2007-8, just before the banking crisis hit. Yes or no?
Well, the idea that the last Labour government didn't leave the country with a debt crisis is laughable, and the fact that the Labour Party are starting this Parliament making the same argument they made in the last Parliament shows how much they need to learn and listen. And the answer to I'm answering the honourable gentleman's intervention.
In an orderly and sequential manner. The Chancellor is seeking to respond to the intervention. The honourable gentleman can always try his luck again in a moment, but ministers shouldn't be hectored in these circumstances. Let the minister reply first. Chancellor.
The point I'd make to the honourable gentleman is that national debt started rising in the very first years of the beginning of this century, in 2001, 2002, rose through the boom years when they should have been paying down the debt, should not have been running a deficit. And one of the things that the various leaders of the Labour Party all seem to agree on at the moment is that the deficit was too high going into the crash. I don't know who the honourable gentleman's going to vote for in the Labour leadership contest. Maybe the member for Islington is the one person at the moment who's still sticking with the line that he's pursuing. But let me make some more progress. I think I've dealt with the honourable gentleman's. I think I've dealt with the honourable gentleman's point. I'll give way to my honourable gentleman.
I thank the Chancellor for giving way, and I think the subject of debt is incredibly important. But debt is not just national debt. Debt is household debt as well. And does your Chancellor agree with me that the £1 trillion rise, the £1 trillion rise in household debt between 1997 and 2008, taking it up to £1.47 trillion, was one of the most pernicious acts of the Labour government that damaged households immeasurably and is the biggest crisis we have to deal with?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. And of course, there was no institution looking at overall debt levels in our country.
Order. If the Chancellor wants to give way, he will. and if he doesn't, he won't. But a member shouldn't continue to stand in an attempt to intimidate a minister or anybody else into giving way. Order! 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 A member shouldn't continue to stand as though the intervention is inevitable. Seriously, this is a very established point of parliamentary procedure. He can have a go, but if the intervention is not accepted, I'm afraid he has to resume his seat. We'll see how things go. The Chancellor... Point of order, Mr. Clive Efford.
I just want to, for the record, I just want to apologise. I didn't want to intimidate the Chancellor.
Whether he wanted to or not, I don't think he was doing so. I'm happy to concede. The Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not feeling particularly intimidated by the honourable gentleman because he is spouting the same old anti-aspiration, anti-sound public finance nonsense we've heard from that side of the House for the last 5 years. But let me make progress in this speech and come to this central point, which is we do have to tackle the endemic weaknesses in the British economy that no government has been able to solve in the past. The fact that we do not export enough, that we are not productive enough, we don't save enough, we don't train enough. Well, let me make a little progress and come back to my honourable friend. We don't build enough, and we don't see enough of that prosperity and opportunity produced by our economy shared across all parts of our United Kingdom. Now, the Queen's speech addresses those weaknesses head-on. The housing bill will see that more new homes are built and the tenants of housing associations get the opportunity to buy their own home. The enterprise, he says it's a disgrace. It is anti-aspiration to deny to working people in housing associations the right to buy their own home. And that is going to be an early key test of whether the Labour Party has learned anything from its absolutely massive election defeat. Now, the Enterprise Bill supports the small businesses who are the productive engine of the modern economy. The High Speed 2 Bill commits us to the vital modern transport infrastructure we need. The Childcare Bill supports the working parents, especially the working mothers, who've never had the backing that matches their contribution to our economy. The Full Employment and Welfare Bill delivers the 3 million apprenticeships and creates the work incentives in our welfare system so that every citizen who can work is able to work. And yesterday, we discovered that the UK has climbed up the global employment league table, overtaking Canada to have the third highest employment rate of any of the major advanced economies in the world. On the path to full employment we set out, there is the promise of further devolution delivered in the legislation to Scotland, Wales and indeed to Northern Ireland. And then, of course, there is the Cities Devolution Bill that helps dismantle the failed model that says we have to run this entire country from the centre of London and instead empowers our great cities across England and adds to the foundations of that northern powerhouse that we are building. This is the agenda we offer, full of ambition, brimming with ideas, not afraid of the future, but instead excited about what it can bring. And what of the alternative? I'll give way in a moment, but what of the alternative? Well, the party opposite has taken the unusual approach of erecting the headstone first and then conducting the post-mortem. And what is the conclusion they have reached? The Shadow Chancellor just said this is not the Queen's speech he would have wanted. It's not entirely clear what the Queen's speech he does want is, because he said that their economic policy wasn't credible, their spending policy meant they spent too much, their tax policy was punitive and, in his words, crude, their housing and rent policy was unworkable, their energy policy meant higher energy bills, their European policy was anti-democratic, and their business policy was anti-business. Other than that, it was all OK. No, well, let me just say, I welcome... I'll give way in a moment, but I should properly welcome the honourable member to his place, along with the rest of his Treasury team. It's one of the great pleasures of doing this job that I've had the opportunity to work with 4 different Shadow Chancellors, and I wish him the same success that his predecessors enjoyed. I give way.
Yeah, very, very funny. Mr. Speaker, I asked the Chancellor earlier on if he could actually talk about an issue of substance, which is whether he's planning to cut the 45p rate of tax on earnings of £150,000. Is he, at this point in time, able to rule that out as something that would be unfair and inappropriate in these circumstances?
Well, actually, there was a very good intervention that pointed out there was a 40p rate for almost the entire period there was a Labour government. But let me say this. My tax priorities are very clear. They are to raise the tax-free personal allowance to £12,500 and the higher rate threshold to £50,000. Those are my priorities, and they will be reflected in the budgets that are presented from this dispatch box. Now, of course, let me make a little progress in the English way. I mean, the Shadow Chancellor is a thoughtful man, and he gave an interview in The Guardian last weekend where he tried to pinpoint what went wrong. And this was his conclusion. It's the which magazine strata of society that somehow we just didn't understand. The which magazine strata of society. I mean, to be honest with them, I'd stop worrying about which magazine and start focusing on which leader, because there are 4 members of the Labour Treasury team. 3 of them have each backed different leaders for the Labour Party leadership, and the Shadow Chancellor has led from the front by deciding he's not going to back anyone at all. And the truth is, it doesn't matter which of the leaders they pick, none of them understand the aspirations of working people, because in the devastating words of the Right Honourable Member for Pontefract and Castleford, the Labour Party has become, and I quote her exactly, the anti-worker party. Yeah. The anti-worker party. That is what she said. Now, there is a quote I suspect we are going to be hearing again in this chamber over the coming years. Perhaps, does the honourable gentleman agree with the member for Pontefract and Castle? Is the Labour Party the anti-worker party?
I thank the Chancellor for giving way. He was talking about his priorities earlier. Can I ask him about his priorities for the 12 billion of unfunded spending cuts? Can he confirm today, where the Prime Minister refused to do so yesterday, will he be cutting benefits for people with disabilities, yes or no?
As the Prime Minister made very clear yesterday, we will follow the principles that we followed in the last Parliament. And in the last Parliament, we protected the most vulnerable in our society and actually increased the amount we were able to give to the most disabled in our country. But I have to say, I'll let me make a little progress, but I have to say, these interventions, the interventions today, the interventions in the different debates we've had since the Queen's speech, the questions at Prime Minister's questions, every single one from the Labour Party about economic policy has demanded more public spending, or has complained about a public expenditure cut, or has implied there should be higher welfare bills. That's what we've seen over the last few days. More spending, higher welfare bills that can only be paid for by more borrowing and higher taxes on the working people of this country. And that would undermine the security we have restored to our economy. I give way to my honourable friend and constituency neighbour.
I'm most grateful to the Chancellor for giving way. I was just wondering if he's aware that, as I speak here today, IBM are signing a multi-million contract in my constituency of Weaver Vale on high-speed computing in partnership with Science and Technology Facility Council at SciTech Daresbury, the enterprise zone. Does my right honourable friend that this has only happened because of our long-term economic plan of reducing the deficit, cutting taxes, and the British people know that only the Conservatives are the party of business, and the whole world knows that we are open. Britain is open for business.
Mark, first of all, can I say how fantastic it is to see the honourable gentleman back in his place. He has fought so hard for his constituency, delivering the Mersey Gateway Bridge, delivering the rail improvements in his constituency, and, as he mentioned in his intervention, delivering the major investments in science at Daresbury, including in high-performance computing. And the announcement from IBM today shows what happens if you get your science and technology policy right as a country. You attract investment from all over the world. Now, let me make a little progress, and I will then...
Order. Intervention order. The honourable gentleman's been here 36 years. He ought to know you don't pose the question before permission to make the intervention has been granted. I think the Chancellor has acceded to the intervention. Let's now hear what it is.
The right honourable gentleman knows I try to be fair in these things, but he did ask the question, about the member for Pontefract and Castleford. And I think a sense of humility in this chamber. Today, the Tory party has just got 30% of the popular vote in this country. Labour Party got 31%. There's a hell of a lot of people in this country didn't vote Conservative, didn't vote Labour, and if we're not looking at why we don't enthuse the people, we wouldn't be doing our job.
I couldn't tell whether the honourable gentleman agreed with the member for Pontefract and Castleford that the Labour Party are the anti-worker party, but we will find out. But actually, I'd much rather give way to the new member for Taunton.
Thank you so much, Chancellor. Now, this government is committed to infrastructure investment to benefit business. The Labour Party, as was mentioned earlier by my honourable friend, were going to axe the upgrade of the A358 in their manifesto. What they didn't realise was, linked to this upgrade is the development of a new IT business park in Taunton, on which depend many jobs and the future of our economy. Now, the Conservative Party understand this to benefit business. Clearly, the Labour Party do not.
Well, again, it's fantastic to see my honourable friend here representing Taunton. She's already made an impact but made sure that the A358 is absolutely in the government road programme. And it was astonishing. It was astonishing for all what we've just heard from the Shadow Chancellor about investment and the like. The Labour Party, during the general election, announced they were cancelling the A358 and indeed the A20, which showed they didn't care about the south of England at all, or investment in the southwest of England as well. So it was pretty astonishing. I will give way to the member from the SNP, and then I'll make some progress.
I'm very grateful to the Chancellor for giving way. He will, of course, be aware that Scotland rejected the cuts agenda, the austerity cult that he's a high priest of. We've got 56 of 59 MPs. And indeed, today I see from the front page of the Financial Times that the OECD agrees with the SNP on spending and says that his cuts agenda is a danger to the economy of the UK. Will he take some economic lessons from the SNP and maybe improve the performance of this government?
Well, if we had listened to the SNP, there would be a massive hole in Scotland's public finances because of the price of oil. But, I suspect obviously we're going to be hearing a lot more from the SNP in this Parliament because of their numbers. But I'm going to make this point. If there are cuts that you oppose to the SNP, the Scottish Nationalist Party in Holyrood has the power to increase taxes, to increase spending. They've got the power to increase income tax already. They're getting more powers next year to do so. So it is time for the SNP, when it comes to complaints about public expenditure, to put up or shut up, in my view. Let me turn to economic security and public spending, because economic security is at the heart of everything. Without economic security, families cannot be supported. Without economic security, people can't buy homes. Without economic security, businesses dare not invest. And without economic security, jobs are not created. Without economic security, there are no aspirations, no opportunities, no hopes, no ambitions. And you cannot have economic security in a country that borrows too much and spends too much and does not live within its means. And let us also recognise this when confronted with the synthetic cries of those who claim, on the other side, to be standing up for the poorest in our country. The people who suffer most when Britain cannot pay its way, spends more than it can afford, sees security give way to instability, are not the richest in this country, but the poorest. It is the poorest who lose their jobs, who see their incomes cut, who see their dreams shattered when the economy fails. That is what we saw 5 years ago when there was no money left. And so long as those opposite fail to understand that, they will remain the anti-worker party. Economic security is at the heart of everything we offer, and it will be at the centre of the budget I present to this House on the 8th of July. Now, the budget deficit is less than half what it was, but at 4.8% it is still one of the highest in the world. Our national debt as a share of national income. I will give way to my honourable friend, and then I'll make some progress, because I know there are lots of people who want to give their maiden speeches. I'll give way to my friend.
And for giving way. In the Thornbury and Yate constituency, unemployment has fallen 59% since 2010. Can I urge the Chancellor to stick to the long-term economic plan and ignore the siren calls from the party opposite?
Well, I absolutely will do that. And I remember my visit with my honourable friend to his constituency to meet some of the small businesses on the high street who depend on the people in this House delivering economic security and stability for this country. And that is what we are determined to do. The global economy is full of risks at the present. We should be redoubling our efforts to prepare Britain for whatever the world throws at us in the coming years, not easing off. The time to fix the roof is when the sun is shining. So in the budget and in the spending review that follows, we will take the necessary steps to eliminate that deficit and run the surplus required in good times to bring debt sustainably down. It is what we promised in the election, it is what we aim to deliver in government. Now, I'm not going to pretend to the House that they will be easy decisions, but nor will I pretend to the public that we can avoid taking these decisions. We cannot. We have a structural budget deficit. We spend more than we collect in taxes, and that is not going to be fixed by economic growth alone. We have to bring spending down so our country lives within its means, and as with any challenge, the sooner you get on with it, the better. And that is what we do today. Over the last 5 years, we've brought a culture of good housekeeping to Whitehall. In every year of the last Parliament, I will make a little progress, if the Honourable Lady doesn't mind. I know there are lots of people, as I say, who want to get in on this debate later on. In every year of the last Parliament, government departments kept their spending not just within budget, but well under budget. And of course, outside key protected areas like the National Health Service, those budgets have been reduced year on year to more sustainable levels. At the start of this Parliament, it's important we continue to control spending in the same vein. 2 weeks ago, my right honourable friend, the new Chief Secretary, asked government departments to seek further savings beyond the £13 billion of savings that they are already delivering this year. And I can report this today. Together, we've got straight back to the task in hand. We have found a further £4.5 billion of savings we can make to the government budget this year, including sensible asset sales. £3 billion or so of these extra savings, £3 billion of these extra savings come from finding more efficiency in Whitehall departments and from the good housekeeping of coming in under budget. The breakdown per department is being published by the Treasury today. There is another component to this. I am today announcing that the government will begin selling the remaining 30% shareholding we have in the Royal Mail. It is the right thing to do for the Royal Mail, the businesses and the families who depend on it, and crucially for the taxpayer. That business is now thriving after we gave it access to investment from the private sector in the last Parliament. There is no reason we should continue to hold a minority stake. I will just conclude this point on the Royal Mail. That stake is worth around £1.5 billion at current market prices. Of course, share prices fluctuate. The final value will depend on market conditions at the point of sale. We'll only sell our stake when we can be sure we're getting value for money. But let's be clear. Holding over £1 billion of Royal Mail shares in public hands is not a sensible use of taxpayers' money. By selling it, we help that important national business to prosper and invest in the future, while we use the money we get to pay down the national debt and pay less interest on that debt as a result. It's a double win for the taxpayer. For we on this side never forget that it is not our money or the government's money, it's the money that people work for and pay in taxes and entrust to us to spend wisely. I give way.
So, Mr. Speaker, I warned in my earlier remarks about the Chancellor's hidden agenda, and I think I heard him, before he went into the section on the Royal Mail, announce, upwards of £4.5 billion or more of in-year cuts to public services, differences. Well, of course, he will wrap these up as, I think he called it good housekeeping. But he announced in-year savings of that magnitude without coming to the House to give an oral statement. No, or publishing to the House so we can scrutinise. Mr. Speaker, so we can scrutinise what he has just announced. It sounds to me as though any semblance of a long-term plan has been totally ripped up, that we've got panic in the Treasury, that we've got chaos with in-year public spending decisions taken. Why didn't he announce those in the March budget if they were part of some sort of long-term continuum. Has he suddenly decided to rapidly change his course when it comes to public expenditure in that way? And why do it in such a shabby way?
Will you back it?
Well, only the Labour Party would think it's shabby to make an announcement first in the House of Commons. The Shadow Chancellor can sit down. We set out 2 weeks ago that we were going to find further efficiencies and savings in government. That is what we deliver today. There's a very...
Point of order, Mr. Christopher Leslie.
Mr. Speaker, it is usual convention, if there are significant changes to the estimates and supply which support public services, that those documentation, the details for every single department, should be set out and laid before the House of Commons, so all members can be informed what is happening with our public services within a financial year. This is ripping up any semblance of long-term continuity, and it is a shabby way to treat Parliament and the public services.
The Shadow Chancellor has said, but there isn't a matter with which the Chair needs to deal. He's made his point, order, and it's on the record, but the Chancellor will now continue.
We made this announcement to the House of Commons. The detail is there for people to examine. There'll be estimate debates as usual. There's a very simple question. Does the Labour Party support further savings in public expenditure? Because if you don't support further savings in public expenditure, that means the Labour Party wants to increase borrowing and increase taxes and take this country back to square one and repeat all the mistakes that they carried out in office, and indeed repeat all the political mistakes that meant they went down to a historic election defeat just a month ago. I can wait, the honourable gentleman. He will have his opportunity. Further savings in departments this year, selling our stake in the Royal Mail, getting on with what we promised, reducing the deficit. That is how you deliver lasting economic security for working people. For as everyone knows, when it comes to living within your means, the sooner you start, the smoother the ride. Mr. Speaker, we continue today to deliver on our long-term economic plan. The measures in this Queen's speech back aspiration and opportunity, but they rest on the bedrock of economic security that our plan has delivered and continues to deliver. We've taken further steps today to prioritise that economic security. It is the security that the working people of this country elected this government to provide, and I commend the Queen's speech to the House.
Mr. Ed Miliband.
Mr. Speaker, can I start by thanking the Chancellor for his gracious words about me in his speech, and it is indeed an achievement to survive as 5 years as Chancellor of the Exchequer and indeed to be reappointed, and I congratulate him on that. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak from the backbenches for the first time in 9 years. I do so obviously deeply disappointed at Labour's election defeat, for which I take full responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is right that my party comprehensively examines the reasons for that defeat and does the hard and painful thinking necessary. On the day after the general election, I rang the Prime Minister to congratulate him. I said that, as the Chancellor said in his speech, he had defied the pollsters and the pundits, and indeed that is true, and I repeat those congratulations to the Conservative Party today. Mr. Speaker, in the time since the general election, I can report to the House that I have found some small consolations of losing. Spending time with my two boys, who feel that they have their dad back. Though I confess that my eldest, who has just turned 6, did bring me further down to earth last week. He suddenly turned to me out of the blue and said, "Dad, if there is a fire in our house, I think we'll be okay." And I said, "Why is that, Daniel?" He said, "Because if we ring the fire brigade, they'll recognise your name because you used to be famous." Thanks very much, I said. Mr. Speaker, from my used-to-be-famous position on the backbenches, I look forward to helping to play my part in holding the government to account, as it is the job of the opposition to do. And the occasion of the Queen's speech is the right place to start. Now, whatever our profound differences over the years, I welcome the Prime Minister's commitment in the days after the election and repeated in the gracious speech to govern for one nation. I welcome this because it speaks in historical terms to what I see as an admirable side of conservatism, Disraeli, Macmillan, and it is worth reminding ourselves of the historical lineage that this suggests. This is what Disraeli said in his novel Sybil, or The Two Nations, published 170 years ago this year, about what he was fighting against. He said this, he wrote this: "Two nations between whom there is no intercourse and no sympathy, who are as ignorant of each other's habits, thoughts and feelings as if they were dwellers in different zones or inhabitants of different planets." Mr. Speaker, for many people, this will sound like the description in old-fashioned language of some of what afflicts our country today. A divide between the top 1% or even the top 0.1% and everyone else. Facing up to this is a challenge for any government of any colour, but particularly, if I can suggest, for one claiming the mantle of one nation. A huge question facing all Western democracies in the next 5, 10, 20 years is whether we're comfortable with the huge disparities that exist, whether we are fated to have them, and whether we want to even try and confront them. Personally, I believe we will have to, and I believe this is an issue for right and left. And I think what has changed in the debate about inequality is that internationally and across the political spectrum, there is growing recognition that these gaps are not just bad for the poor, as we always used to believe, but bad for... No, thanks very much. But bad for all of us. Now, Mr. Speaker, last month the OECD joined the IMF in saying that inequality was definitively a problem. The Director General of the OECD said there is, and I quote, "compelling evidence that high inequality harms economic growth and social mobility." Simply put, if the rungs of the ladder grow too far apart, it is much harder to climb them. The old idea was that inequality was necessary for economic growth. In fact, we now know that the deep structural challenges in our economy of low productivity, which, to be fair, the Chancellor and indeed the Shadow Chancellor referred to, are bound up with high inequality, in my view. More unequal societies are societies that tend to use the talents of fewer people and suffer as a result. Mr. Speaker, it is not just internationally that the debate has shifted. I applaud those on the right, some sitting on the opposite benches, who have focused on this issue. I was intrigued indeed to see the other day that Steve Hilton, the Prime Minister's former advisor, said it was time to impose a maximum wage for the bankers. Now, Mr. Speaker, of course, as you would expect from me, I see this proposal as anti-aspiration and anti-business, and I have no truck with it. But the serious point is that this issue won't go away and will need to be confronted. And I hope we can move, and maybe the government's emphasis on one nation presages this, from discussing whether inequality is a problem to what the solutions are. Because look, here's the thing, there aren't easy solutions in the context of a global economy. But progress can be made, in my view, in the way we shape our economy and in the way we approach tax and benefits. As a starting point, I would urge the government and indeed the Chancellor, in the spirit of one nation, to look at the OECD recommendations, not just about the pursuit of equal opportunity and skills, but tackling insecure work in our economy, which they specifically identify as part of the problem, and indeed progressive taxation, which they say is part of the answer. Perhaps this will all be in a one-nation budget in July, and I wait with interest. Now, Mr. Speaker, within this profound and growing challenge of inequality lies a specific problem, which is in-work poverty, and I want to say something about this. I would say this is now the modern scourge of our time. For the first time, as many people in Britain who are in poverty are in work as out of work. Now look, I believe that left and right can agree that it should be a basic principle that if you go out to work, you shouldn't be living in poverty. But we are so far from that in Britain today. Now, the minimum wage has played its part in countering the worst of exploitation. But I believe it needs to do more than that. In Doncaster, where I represent, 28% of men and more than a third of women workers are paid less than the living wage of £7.65 an hour. The UK is one of the low-pay capitals in Western Europe. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe there is an irony here. The Low Pay Commission is a great success and indeed a lasting achievement of the 1997 Labour government. And to be fair, the government has continued to operate with the Low Pay Commission. But I fear in the way it operates, it has become too much a recipe for the lowest common denominator. Now, we see countries around the world confronting similar issues and seeking to act. There is a very live debate in the United States about raising the minimum wage. Los Angeles has just passed a plan to raise the minimum wage there from $15 an hour from $9 an hour over 5 years. But I would say to the Chancellor that I believe to make progress here at home, it will require strengthening and indeed guiding the Low Pay Commission much more explicitly. It's something its previous chair, George Bain, has called for, and without it, I don't believe will be equal to the challenge of low pay. But, Mr. Speaker, just as one nation requires the right approach to those who do work, so too to those who cannot. Yes. The origin of one nation for Disraeli was rooted in the lives of the rich and the poor. Responsibility is absolutely part of a successful welfare system, but so too is protection of the most vulnerable. We will never be one nation without a social security system that supports those who need it. Now here, I think it would repay ministers to read some of the early speeches of the Prime Minister when he became leader of the Conservative Party. On the 25th anniversary of the Scarman Report in 2006, he said this, and I quote, "In the past, we used to think of poverty in absolute terms, meaning straightforward material deprivation. That's not enough. We need to think of poverty in relative terms, the fact that some people lack those things which others in society take for granted." And he continued, "I want this message to go out loud and clear. The Conservative Party recognise, will measure, and will act on relative poverty." Now, Mr. Speaker, this was seen as a radical departure from the tenets of Thatcherism, and it was. If the approach in the Queen's speech is indeed meant to return to the earlier incarnation of the Prime Minister's approach, and I welcome that, ministers will need to prove it, and to square the circle with the government's proposals for deficit reduction. Can one nation really be consistent with making those on welfare shoulder $12 billion of the burden of deficit reduction and those at the top nothing at all? Can one nation really be squared with cuts to tax credits with its impact on working people? Can one nation be squared with a welfare system which is so often harsh, brutal and brutalising? And can one nation be squared with a country where 1 million people go to food banks? So, Mr. Speaker, these tests on inequality, low pay and a compassionate social security system are appropriate tests, I believe, of a government claiming the mantle of one nation. Now, there are many more besides, including, of course, keeping our United Kingdom together. But let me make this point finally about the situation facing the Prime Minister. Fighting an election and winning is some achievement. How he seeks to use the mandate is what will really define his legacy. He is in an unusual position in that he has fought his last election. He is able, if he wishes, to return to what he said when he first became leader of the opposition and not worry about an election round the corner with all the pressures that entails. I would urge him, perhaps through the Chancellor, to follow through on this one nation rhetoric. For us on this side, at every turn, we will hold this government to account for whether it is living up to its own test. One nation in spirit and deed. And Mr. Speaker, if that is where the battleground of politics lies in the years ahead, I welcome it, and I look forward to playing my part.
Mr. Kenneth Clarke.
Mr. Speaker, may I first of all congratulate the right honourable gentleman on his very forceful and very good speech and his resilience in coming here and facing the House with such dignity and distinction. And can I share in paying tribute to the way in which he fought for his principles and his cause in the election. Indeed, it causes me at times a slight annoyance to find that in the leadership election that's broken out in the Labour Party, some of those people who were a month ago his greatest admirers, his most loyal colleagues and closest to his cause, are now busily detaching themselves and attempting to scapegoat him for the problems that the Labour movement experienced. If my opinion is what it's worth, is the right honourable gentleman fought a very good election campaign, and actually it was much better than anybody expected because of the tabloid press and the expectations they had raised. I thought he put the message across very well. I thought the message was wrong, and that was the judgment of the majority of constituents in my constituency and in my part of the world. But it is not the case that somehow his performance had anything to do with the result. Apart from the great events in Scotland and in the South West, well, great, remarkable, almost bizarre events in Scotland, equalled only by Syriza in Greece on economic policy, I would actually personally say. But the very welcome, although very unkind, events in South West, which personally I welcome. I lost many good colleagues in government who went as a result. But actually, the underlying basis of our majority that we won, to most people's surprise, was actually the judgment of sensible people about economic confidence and our record on the economy. I don't actually think the election campaign made very much difference to the result one way or the other. In my part of the country, the East Midlands, which is thick with marginal seats, all of which we won, and we actually added gains by taking back Derby and North. In the end, people saw what we had inherited economically, and they saw what we had done in the previous 5 years, and they recognised economic competence. They accepted the message that the job had to be completed, and listening to the Labour Party's message, however presented, they simply decided they could not take the risk of changing the government. When the problem arose of the SNP, I will in a second. When the problem arose of the SNP apparently being able to hold a Labour government to ransom in what was bound to be a hung parliament if they won because of the tsunami in Scotland, that I think made a little bit of difference. But it was mainly economic confidence, and I give way to the honourable member.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. I wonder whether he feels that in individual constituencies, particularly Liberal Democrat Conservative marginals, whether the fact that his party was often outspending my party by a factor of perhaps 5 to 1 made any difference in the election result.
Well, I look forward to a little party political debate against the honourable gentleman gaining in goodness. I think, actually, to be fair, as I've said, what decided the election was the extraordinary record of the coalition government, because a particular tribute to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, assisted, as he says, very closely by Danny Alexander, the former member for Inverness, who was an excellent Chief Secretary, in actually getting the affairs of the nation back into order and steering us to some of the most successful economic performance in the Western developed world, which is where we are now. Now, when it comes to this Parliament, and what concerns us now, which is what judgment will the public and history make of this government when it looks back in 5 years' time or whenever, I think that will crucially depend on whether we do finish the job and actually do deliver the modern, more balanced, competitive economy that will give greater security, a better quality of life to our children and grandchildren. That is the task we set ourselves, and it is not going to be easy. At the moment, we're all enjoying the hubris of victory as far as my party is concerned, relief that they're back to just opposing so far as the opposition parties are concerned, and it looks easy on the surface because at the moment our economy is growing, almost stronger than any other in the Western world. Employment is absolutely soaring in this country because of our very flexible labour market, which we should keep that way. Our inflation is low, and real pay is at last beginning to rise as the benefits of recovery get through to every level of society. But it would be a very false assumption to think that from now on it's plain sailing, everything will continue in this way, The risks have vanished domestically and abroad, and therefore we're going to take some very easy measures in order to reward those who voted for us. The world is not like that. And I take encouragement from what I took to be the Chancellor's message. He has announced a July budget. He's announced a July budget because he wants to take the opportunity, whilst the economy is growing, to actually take some of the tough and difficult decisions that this government still has to take. And I certainly want to encourage him to do so. Because, again, in my part of the world, Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, the East Midlands, the people who voted for us actually knew there were still some tough and difficult decisions to take. They were not seduced by the speeches of those who could only give us examples of what they intended to do, ways of spending money, or rather short-term popular things. And the sooner we get on with actually tackling the underlying problems, including, as my right honourable friend has just been very reassuring as far as I'm concerned, to confirming the debt and the deficit, then the better we'll be able to get on with all those other things that need to be done that will actually enable our economy to steadily get back onto a stronger and more secure footing. This is the last time I give way because there are a lot of other people wanting to speak.
Thank you very much. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that one of those key tasks is to keep the pressure on improving our skills agenda, making sure our young people actually can contribute to a productive economy, increasing the capacity of us to develop, innovate and research and develop and manufacture?
My honourable friend has actually anticipated some of the points I wish to make briefly in my contribution. I agree with everything he's just said. And I think tackling the deficit and debt, together with what he's just described and the other measures we've committed ourselves to, is a genuinely one-nation Conservative approach. I've always declared myself, ever since I became active in politics, to be a one-nation Conservative. And the phrase has moved in and out of fashion a little in my time, but I've remained boringly consistent. It actually, in my view, means free market economics combined with a social conscience. And it also means a forceful internationalism which looks after Britain's interests in the world and actually helps to spread our values. Now, actually, on the economic front at the moment, the combination of fiscal discipline and economic competence, with measures like taking the very lowest paid out of tax altogether, easing the tax burden on the lower paid, not taking people on ordinary incomes into higher rates of tax that should only actually affect the very wealthy. That gives, together with the right to buy from those giant landlords, the housing associations, who should be unlocking their resources to invest in more new social housing, I think that gives the right one-nation balance to what we've put forward. And as I say, it is quite important that we get on with it, because this year, this session of Parliament is probably the best time to get some of the most formidable challenges out of the way and under our belt. If I'm sounding a little as though I'm foreboding about what go wrong, I don't see anything going wrong, but we will be very lucky if we have no global shocks hitting us. We'll be very lucky, given we've had 5 years of growth since 2010, with only a minor blip, not a recession, in 2012, another 5 years, 10 years of uninterrupted growth would be pretty well a post-war miracle. That does not happen in the real world. And when you look at what is happening now, where we are doing better than any other Western European nation, certainly, but nevertheless, it's based on, firstly, we devalued by 25% when we had the crash, and that hasn't done us a great deal of good, but it's done us a bit. It's based on a US recovery, which is now looking rather feeble, and was stimulated by quantitative easing, which is a very dangerous thing. Our own recovery is not forcefully strong, and was based on quantitative easing. when it was necessary. And of course we're reliant on interest rates the lowest they've been for 300 years, which is very good for indebted countries. Now, there are other people who want to speak. I enjoyed what the honourable gentleman said yesterday, and I'd like to give way to him, but not at the moment. No. Well, what I'm saying is, it will be very surprising if we don't face difficult times. And my right honourable friend has taken the deficit down to a little under 5% of GDP. Far too high, quite unsustainable, but it's practically halved what we inherited. He actually paced it pragmatically. Five-year forecasts of where you're going to be are a complete waste of time, actually, although people always produce them. So long as we do have growth, then we should press on with it now, because if we ever do have a slowdown, we will have no weapons to do anything about it. If the Chinese are having a soft landing, but if it's not a soft landing, or if America goes wrong, we can't help ourselves by having a fiscal stimulus with a 5% deficit. We can't ease monetary policy with practically zero interest rates, so now is the time to get on with the task. And I'll conclude with this, but there's only much more I would like to say along the lines of what my honourable friend for Stroud intervened on. Cutting the debt and deficit is not in itself a complete economic policy, in my view. It is the essential precondition for all the structural reforms that we still have to make our economy a modern and competitive one. And there we have a long way to go, because, as people have said, our productivity performance is dreadful, our investment performance is recovering, but it still remains rather poor, and our trade export performance is pretty dismal, and we have an appalling current account deficit. So this modern balanced economy, we have a long way to go. And what that therefore requires, briefly, we don't have time to debate these other times, but the right kind of European reform. In my opinion, the European Union has been the essential basis on which we've established our voice in the world and established our economic base for the present time. In my lifetime, it's had the most beneficial effects on both those, from the pretty dreadful state we were in until we joined. It does require changes. And when the Prime Minister announced his referendum in a very pro-European speech at Bloomberg, he set out an economic agenda for change. And that remains the most essential reform that we require and desire would benefit the rest of Europe as well as us. That means completing the single market, which we've talked about and never done. It means an EU-US trade treaty, which we have an opportunity of getting and which would boost investment, trade, jobs and activity on both sides of the Atlantic. It means deregulation. The Barroso Commission talked of deregulation. It got no support whatever from member states. The governments of all of them, including Britain, tend to send people to councils from the various departments actually advocating more regulation on transport, road safety, food safety, environmental standards, pollution, all the rest of it. Vice President Timmermans wants to deregulate, and we should compete deregulating there with deregulating here, stimulate our economy. Of course we can stop people coming here just to claim benefit. We always could have done. There are other things you can do, but the economic reforms were the basis upon which we started these negotiations, and they remain the most important to us. Beyond that, it is things like skills training, education reform still required. We have immigrants because you have to go to Romania to recruit nurses because we don't train and retain enough nurses of our own. Our construction industry would come to an end if we didn't have Poles coming here in the numbers they come in. So attack skill training, attack education, higher education. Every innovative business I know complains they can't recruit people with the necessary skills to expand their business. It's one of their major constraints. So we don't train and produce enough engineers. We do actually need to get somewhere on the STEM subjects with being given higher priority and so on. I could go on. This is infrastructure spending. No. It is an agenda for a parliament. It's a tough agenda. Now we've got back, we have the ability to deliver that. The precondition is we start well, and we start with getting rid of the deficit and debt restraints whilst we can. In July, we need an iron Chancellor, we need a bold and radical government, and we need a government which can repeat the success of the last 5 years, measuring up to these enormous international challenges to show the United Kingdom can have one of the strongest economies in the globe again in what is a totally changed, globalised economy and a new world.
Mr. Stewart Hosie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to move the amendment in my name and those of my honourable and right honourable friends. It's also a great pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman, the member for Rushcliffe. He said early in his contribution about the bizarre events in Scotland. We, Mr. Speaker, tend to call it democracy. And in the same way that the Chancellor spoke about the good sense of the British people, can I say with 56 out of 59 MPs and half the vote, we celebrate very much the good sense of the Scottish people. A true one nation in every sense. It's also interesting what the Chancellor said in terms of the challenges the Scottish economy may face. He spoke about fiscal autonomy and what he called a massive hole. Can I just say gently to him that any challenges on the Scottish current account are as nothing compared to a £1.5 trillion UK national debt built up by Labour and Tory alike. He laid out his plans today, but can I say from our part, the last thing the country needs, the economy can afford, and the last thing those who have suffered most over the past 5 years should be expected to bear is another austerity government. Yeah, that's exactly the direction of travel laid out today. A continuation of vague talk about a long-term economic plan where none really exists. Hubris about so-called economic success, most of which is contradicted by fact, and a litany of broken promises, a complete disregard about the impact his policies have had, are having and will have over the next 5 years on people throughout the UK, and that's before we even start to talk about the impact on investment for growth and on our vital public services. Now, we know the impact the policies have had throughout the UK. We know what's happened in Scotland specifically since 2010, where we've seen the budget cut by around 11% in real terms and capital expenditure down 34%. It means that as a result of decisions taken by this Chancellor, the budget in Scotland has been cut by a staggering £3.5 billion in real terms. And the plans announced through the election and reiterated today before the bombshell of in-year cuts, which we will analyse further later, is a cumulative share of cuts to day-to-day spending over the next 5 years for Scotland worth around £12 billion at today's levels. And those cuts to Scotland and elsewhere are the consequence of his economic failure. I think it's worth reminding ourselves what he said when he took office. Debt would fall as a share of GDP last year. The current account would be in balance this year. Public sector net borrowing would be barely £20 billion in the same year. Debt did not fall as a share of GDP in 14-15. The current account will not be back in the black until 17-18. And public sector net borrowing, and the Chancellor can smirk all he likes, was not the barely £20 billion he promised. It was almost 4 times that at £75 billion. The Chancellor failed to meet every one of the key targets he set for himself. Tory policy stifled recovery from 2010 for years into the last Parliament, and with a cumulative £146 billion of cuts still to come, we are all on track for a decade of austerity. Now, Mr Speaker, we know where the pain of this has been felt, and we know where the pain of it will be felt. In Scotland, the 145,000 households affected by changes to incapacity benefit losing £2,000 each. I'll happily give way.
The honourable gentleman who speaks for the Scottish Nationalists opposes these spending cuts. Why doesn't he increase taxes and use the powers available to the Scottish Government, and then he can spend more money?
Because we don't need to increase taxes in the way the Chancellor has described. He knows perfectly well, and I will come to it shortly, there is a way of managing the economy, a fiscally responsible way that allows an increase in spending while the debt and the deficit continues to fall. He may disagree with me, and I respect that. But he better respect this is a genuine alternative vision to the cuts coming from his party. So the pain, and not just now, the pain will be felt by the 145,000 households affected by changes to incapacity benefit, the 370,000 who've seen tax credits reduced, the 620,000 families hit by child benefit freezings. It'll be the 120,000 people who've lost an average of £2,600 as DLA is removed, and I'm glad the Secretary of State is there to hear this so that he can perhaps begin to understand this isn't a theoretical cut in a back office, it's a real cut to real people's living standards throughout the UK. It will be felt by the 835,000 households hit by the benefit increase. And why are these decisions wrong? Because there is now a substantial growing body of opinion, as the Right Honourable Gentleman for Doncaster said, who said we do not simply need a growing economy to fund our welfare provision, but that we need to squeeze inequality out of the system to provide a solid platform to grow the economy in the first place. And I'll happily give way.
Yeah, the honourable gentleman quite rightly basks in the electoral success of himself and his party at the last election. But is he as relieved as I am that the honourable member for Doncaster saved the best speech I've ever heard him give till after the general election? And would he join me in giving him some solace, regardless of his son's remarks that he used to be famous? He'll be very successful again in the future, and it's far better to be a has-been than a never was.
I think I'd be slightly more gracious than that. I think the Right Honourable Gentleman will make a contribution to his party's policy development. Let's hope from where we stand they can move it somewhere progressive rather than sticking to the kind of austerity-like position they had before the election. But I was making the point we need to squeeze inequality out of the system. It was the December 2014 OECD report that told us that rising inequality in the UK cost the UK 9 percentage points in growth between 1990 and 2010. Correct. It's an obvious fact. You can't squeeze inequality out of the system at the same time as you're putting the squeeze on the poorest in society. And once again, this government is swimming against the tide of informed public opinion. So the alternative to the government plan is clear. It's the alternative economic plan we pursued rather successfully in Scotland at the election. A plan aimed at balancing deficit reduction with increased investment in public services. And we argued rightly that with a modest 0.5% real-term spending increase between 2016-17 and the end of the Parliament, we could release £140 billion for essential spending and investment over and above the government's plans. The alternative for Scotland is £11 billion of spending compared to £12 billion of cuts. We think that made sense. A fiscally responsible plan that protected public services, protected investment, really ended austerity, lifted the squeeze off ordinary people, but still saw the debt and deficit fall. I'll happily give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. Can I repeat the question my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, made? The Scottish Parliament already has significant tax powers. It will gain more in this Parliament. The leader of the Scottish Conservatives, Ruth Davidson, has pledged not to have tax rates higher in Scotland than in the rest of the UK. Will the honourable gentleman meet that pledge, or will he want to pursue his expansionary agenda and raise taxes?
I don't think Scottish people should be paying tax twice for services that we should have if we simply have full fiscal autonomy. The UK government has advocated an approach which will result in further spending cuts in recent years to achieve the fiscal targets set out in the Budget Charter. But those cuts have not been spelt out in full. The Tories have not said where the axe will fall. And the Chancellor said some things today, particularly in terms of in-year cuts and asset sales in certain departments, but nowhere near enough to explain what he plans to do. He or perhaps one of his other ministers might decide to come clean with this House later today and tell us where the axe will fall. Will they really, you see, because in the absence of facts, will they really restrict carers allowance to those eligible for universal credit so that 40% of claimants lose out? Will they really increase means testing for the contributory element of employment and support allowance or job seekers allowance, which would see 30% of claimants, 300,000 families, lose £80 a week?
He's not shaking his head.
Will they really remove the tax-free status of disability benefits to save £1.5 billion? Will this Chancellor and his Secretary of State really take the axe to those most in need to deliver £8 billion of tax cuts, which are right now, and I've heard nothing to change my mind today, completely unfunded? Now, I said the UK Government plan is designed to achieve the fiscal targets set out in the Charter for Budget Responsibility. But we know the scale of the spending cuts planned set out in the March budget significantly exceeds what is actually required for the UK Government to meet its targets. There is therefore flexibility for the UK Government to meet those objectives without implementing in full the spending cuts currently planned for coming years. You see, based on plans set out in the March 2015 budget, public sector net debt is projected to begin falling in 15-16, and a cyclically adjusted current budget surplus of £35 billion is projected for 18-19, rather than simply returning the adjusted current account to balance. The UK Government therefore has the flexibility to cut spending less than currently planned while meeting its fiscal targets. And I do hope the Chancellor uses that flexibility wisely. However, let me move on to the real economy. As our First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, said, there were 3 areas where we seek to achieve outcomes at a UK level which will benefit the economy in Scotland. First, we will continue to oppose the spending reductions of the scale and speed the Government has suggested. We believe these would slow economic recovery and make deficit reduction more difficult. Secondly, we do not think it is desirable for trade or business to hold an in-out referendum on membership of the EU. But since a referendum now seems inevitable, we will protect Scotland's interests. We propose a double lock, meaning that exit is only possible if all 4 nations in the UK agree to it, something which would prevent, quite rightly, Scotland being dragged out of the EU against the will of the Scottish people. I think we've worked out what they mean by one nation. You need more than one nation to take the state out of Europe. Thirdly and finally, we will seek greater powers for Scotland to ensure, at the very least, the recommendations of the Smith Commission are met in full, but we are seeking additional responsibilities beyond the ones the Smith Commission identified. In particular, greater power over business taxes, employment law, the minimum wage and welfare, to enable us to create jobs, grow the economy and lift people out of poverty. That was the manifesto upon which we were elected. And those powers will allow us to tackle one of the challenges the First Minister and indeed the Shadow Chancellor raised today, that of productivity. Not least because it chimed with what Mark Carney, the Governor of the Central Bank, said recently at the launch of the quarterly inflation report, that productivity growth is the key determinant of our income growth. Our shared prosperity depends on it. But of course, the Bank of England also highlighted the extent to which the UK as a whole has a productivity problem. Output per hour is below pre-recession levels, 13% below Sweden, 20% below Germany. And we know, and I suspect the figures are the same for the UK,
that in Scotland, if we can boost total factor productivity by 0.1%, over a decade, we can see 1.3% additional GDP growth, an additional tax yield of around, this is additional tax yield of around £500 million a year. With better productivity, living standards would be higher and the budget deficit lower. Now, we have set out in Scotland how we intend to do that, based around the 4 I's of innovation, internationalisation, investment in infrastructure and skills, and promoting inclusive growth. But we've also made clear that promoting a more equal and inclusive society is an important part of building that stronger economy. So the Scottish Government is mitigating the consequences of this government's welfare reform, promoting gender equality, investing in early years education and care, setting targets to ensure everyone, irrespective of their background, has the chance to go to university. Essentially, that economic strategy sets out a vision of an economy based on innovation rather than insecurity, high skills, not low wages, enhanced productivity rather than reduced job security. We want to climb the global competitive rankings on quality, not a race to the bottom on costs. And we want to deliver positive change in the real economy in order to drive changes in the big fiscal numbers. So we have to improve productivity. We need to encourage innovation and export. We must support business growth and job creation. There are 100 things upon which we must take specific action, not least delivering fairness in electricity connectivity charges across the grid, certainty in the tax code, ensuring businesses have access to bank lending. So I hope that there will be scope within the Enterprise Bill to replicate many of the ideas contained within the Scottish Business Pledge, where, in return for support from agencies, business must commit to innovation, to seeking and taking export opportunities, and to paying the living wage. I would hope there would be scope within the National Insurance Contributions Bill to continue to bear down on employer costs, to encourage more businesses to create jobs. There must be scope within the Energy Bill to end the inequity of a £25.50 a kilowatt charge to connect to the grid in the north of Scotland, and a £5.20 subsidy for any old chugger to connect in central London. And I hope in the budget we can support business investment. We have gone from an annual investment allowance, from an industrial buildings allowance done away with in 2007, to an annual investment allowance of £50,000 in 2008, increased to £100,000 in 2010, decreased to £25,000 in 2012, increased to £250,000 the following year, increased to £500,000 the year after that, temporarily maintained, which comes to a cliff edge and a grinding halt at the end of this year, and reverts to £25,000 a year on the 1st of January. That is not tax certainty. That is a shambles, and I do hope the Chancellor undertakes to fix this, even at a little cost, at the budget in July. Mr. Speaker, we will be a constructive opposition. We will support individual measures where they merit it. We will seek to amend and improve provisions where they do not. We will also be a principled opposition, because we oppose the Tory programme of cuts. We wish to see growth and fairness in our economy. We wish to see more power for Scotland. We want to support aspiration and deliver help for those who need it most. But can I finish by saying one other thing? As well as being a principled opposition, unless and until our friends in other parties work out what their economic policy actually is, we will be the principal opposition to Tory cuts in this Parliament.
Order. Just before I call the right honourable gentleman member for Saffron Walden, I should advise the House that the 6-minute limit on backbench speeches will now apply. Droves of colleagues wish to contribute, including a number of potential maiden speakers. The Chair will do its best to accommodate colleagues, and I absolutely understand why maiden speakers wish to speak. But can I please, once and for all, ask members not to come to the chair inquiring where they're on the list or pointing out to me exactly how many members of their family are here present. I do understand these considerations, but there are wider considerations of which the chair has to take account. We'll do our best, but I'm afraid it is part of parliamentary life that at the end of a debate some colleagues are content and others aren't. That, I'm afraid, is the reality, but we will do our best. Sir Alan Haselhurst.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to apologise to the honourable member for Dundee East if I'm not directly following his remarks, tempting though that might be. Transport, Mr. Speaker, has not so far been a major focus in the debate on the gracious speech, yet surely it is a key component of a successful economy. The gracious speech contained the words bringing different parts of our country together, which suggests to me that transport has an important role in that connection. And this was, if you like, confirmed by reference to the government's determination to legislate for high-speed rail links, I note that it was in the plural, between the different parts of the country. So I also find it odd that there is no mention in the Queen's speech about airport capacity. It is, if you like, almost the elephant in the chamber at the present time. The recommendations of the Davis Commission are imminent, so perhaps a decision on this matter, which is judged by many people to be vital to our economic success, will be among the other measures to be laid before us. I have a great deal of respect for Sir Howard Davis, and I'm sure that his report will be accomplished and thorough. Yet if the government has not steeled itself to accepting whatever Sir Howard proposes, and at the same time given no indication that its decision will come before Parliament in this session, it may be subject to criticism from those who are concerned in industry about the country being insufficiently open to business. I might add somewhat facetiously, the sooner the decision is made the better, for otherwise the main airport operators will bankrupt themselves in the amount of advertising and promotion they're doing. I reflect on the past years that it's astonishing that we've allowed ourselves to get into this multi-airport situation. And if it is judged too late to start again, it's certainly not too late to rebalance the economy. And that's why I think enormous importance attaches to the concept of the Northern Powerhouse. I was born in Yorkshire. I represented for a period a Greater Manchester seat. So I feel very strongly about the need to rebalance the economy. And I feel every bit as strongly about it, having become the member for Saffron Walden, having served there for 37 years, because I see the rebalancing as taking pressure off the South East. I would like to see, apart from a decision on airport capacity in the South East, that Manchester Airport is promoted as a major port of entry into this country, important for business and for tourism. So I'm afraid I may disappoint some of my honourable and right honourable friends by saying I do strongly support HS2 and what the gracious speech has to say on that. And also, in terms of rebalancing, when I read that HS2 will bring Birmingham Airport within 36 minutes of central London, where the average time from Stansted Airport in my constituency is 47 minutes, let me say I find that quite interesting. But I do sympathise with colleagues who find their constituencies in the way of the path of HS2. But I saw in Middleton and Prestwich the M62 driven through the constituency, and I have seen Stansted Airport imposed on the rural charms of North West Essex. We can get over these things. But I'd like to suggest to the government that there is another powerhouse, and that is the powerhouse of East Anglia, which is nevertheless served badly by both road and rail. Now, I don't begrudge our new colleague here in the House, the Mayor of London, for increasing his grip on the rail services in inner London. But I insist that we need serious levels of investment in transport, especially rail, in East Anglia. The Great Eastern and West Anglia lines out of Liverpool Street are frankly a disgrace, and the trains which run on them scarcely less so. I congratulate the government on the rail revolution because I think no lesser term is justified that it has helped to engineer. But that revolution has still to reach East Anglia. And as the economy improves, I hope that the government will pay full attention to the voices of East Anglian members, augmented as they are by representatives of industry, business and commerce, and deliver soon the improvements that our region demands. And I say to the government, in return, the East Anglian region, the East Anglian powerhouse as it could become, will deliver further enhancements to bolster the national economy.
Mr. Michael Meacher.
A tribute to the speech of my right honourable friend we heard a few minutes ago, which are both in terms of content and statesmanship. I think he was a fine leader who was largely misrepresented and misunderstood, and I think he had admirable vision and conviction, and I think he will be sorely missed. But I hope that many of his principles and convictions and values will be incorporated not only in the Labour Party leadership contest, but also in the political debate we face in the next years. Now, I've got a rather different message, I have to say, for the Chancellor. Underpinning the whole of the government's programme in the which he set out today is the theme that the Tories inherited a recession caused by Labour overspending, that they've set in place a strong economic recovery, that they're within sight of dealing with the deficit, and thus austerity has been vindicated. All of those are false. First, the recession was caused by the international recession triggered by the bank's financial crisis. It was not caused by Labour profligacy. The truth is that the Blair-Brown governments in their 11 years before the crash, 1997 to 2008, never ran a budget deficit larger than 3.3% of GDP, roughly the same as Germany's, I might say, while the Thatcher major governments racked up deficits larger than this in 10 out of their 18 years. Second, there has been the slowest and feeblest recovery for more than a century. The economy was recovering in 2010, but this recovery was brought to a juddering halt by the Chancellor's successive austerity budgets, so much so that after 2.5 years of stagnation, the Chancellor was forced to reverse engines, to go easy on austerity and generate an artificial recovery based on a housing asset bubble via Help to Buy. That artificial recovery lasted just 18 months until the middle of last year and has now been punctured like a deflating balloon. In the last 9 months, growth has nosedived by 2/3, from 0.9% in the third quarter of last year to just 0.3% in the first quarter of this year. If that continues, then we will have an annual growth rate in this country of just 1.25%, lower than the Eurozone. Then there's the deficit. The Chancellor likes to claim he's halved the deficit between 2009-10. He hasn't. The deficit peaked that year, 2009-10, at 157 billion. But given that budget measures take 12 to 18 months to work their way through the economy, Alistair Darling's, in his last two expansionary budgets, had reduced the deficit to about 118 billion by 2011, a cut of nearly 20 billion a year. The present Chancellor, by contrast, has reduced it over the last 3 years to its current level, I would remind this House, over 90 billion, a cut of only about 9 billion a year, less than half the rate of reduction of the previous Labour Chancellor. Now we're being told that the Chancellor will eliminate the structural deficit altogether by 2018, at an average rate of reduction, according to the Red Book, of some 25 billion a year. Now, I ask honourable members, is that remotely credible? He promised in 2010 he would eliminate it by 2015, in the event it has ended up at over 90 billion. the Chancellor is achieving form in his fantasy projections? Or is it that the real Tory primary aim isn't to shrink the budget at all as a primary aim, but rather to shrink the state, to shrink the public sector, and to transfer all public services to the private market back to the dimensions of the 1930s? So has austerity been vindicated? Well, since, according to the OBR, austerity reduced GDP growth by 1% in both of the first 2 years of the coalition government, at the very least, that indicates that austerity led to a cumulative output loss, which will never be recovered, of 5% of GDP, or about £75 billion, a sum little short of the whole of a deficit. And what else has austerity brought about? Wages are still nearly 8% below their pre-crash level. Productivity, on which it is all agreed our future living standards depend, is flat. Private investment is anemic, which shows that even business itself doesn't believe the Chancellor's recovery is sustainable. The trade deficit in manufactured goods at over £100 billion a year is the worst in British history. Unemployment is still nearly 2 million. And household debt is now tipping £2 trillion. If against that background the Chancellor now forces through his cuts target as he set it out, growth will collapse, as even the IMF today is warning, and without this time the adventitious halving of the international oil price, Britain will soon be at serious risk of a third recession. So much for the ludicrous government's long-term plan.
Mr. Hugh Merriman.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for calling me to make my maiden speech to this House. And before I do so, may I pay tribute to the speeches made by honourable members and right honourable members across this House who spoke so eloquently and left me with a very hard task to follow. May I also, Mr. Speaker, pay tribute to my predecessor as MP for Bexhill and Battle, the Right Honourable Greg Barker. Greg worked hard for his constituents over his 14 years as their MP and left his mark in government as a Minister of State for Energy, where he worked tirelessly to tackle climate change. I thank Greg for the advice and kindness he has given me and continues to give me. Mr. Speaker, the constituency of Bexhill and Battle nestles on the East Sussex seafront at its southern face and the beautiful Weald at its northern ridge. It spans over 200 square miles, where my 100,000 constituents reside across 100 towns and villages. Mine is one of those constituencies which lists just 2 of the place names in its title, causing questions when I promised in my election literature to put the residents of Bexhill and Battle first, as to why I was deprioritising the needs of those 50,000 constituents who did not live in these 2 towns. The use of the word constituency in literature, Mr. Speaker, is often overlooked. My constituency borders the East Sussex constituencies of Hastings and Rye, Lewis, Walden and Eastbourne. Mr. Speaker, as the only male MP in this cluster of blue constituencies, I pledge to be the champion for other minority groups in East Sussex. Many in this House will be unaware that Bexhill is the birthplace of British motor racing, having staged the first ever automobile race on British soil in 1906. This race was orchestrated by the 8th Lord Delaware and the organisation which latterly became the Royal Automobile Club. Bexhill was also the launchpad of another engine of progress and mobility, being the location where the Prime Minister launched his leadership bid for the Conservative Party to its membership in 2005. Mr. Speaker, next year we face a battle against the aggressors of Europe, who intend to march over our land, vanquish our sovereignty and replace it with French-based custom and rule. Will our nation rise up and repel this threat, or will we be defeated and ruled by generations from Europe? Mr. Speaker, I refer, of course, to the reenactment to celebrate the 950th anniversary of the Battle of Hastings, when William the Conqueror triumphed over King Harold and his army in a field which now adjoins Battle Abbey. I believe there will be another key determination on Europe during this term, and I welcome the commitment given by my government to give people a say in a more civilised manner than that accorded in 1066. Mr. Speaker, it is customary in a maiden speech to bestow the title of Most Beautiful Constituency onto the area where one serves. Having lived in this wonderful area for almost 10 years, this is an easy case to make. I am, however, conscious of my upbringing for the first 19 years of my life in the noble constituency of Buckingham. As this House knows, this is your constituency, where my mother, sisters and wider family still reside as your constituents. I think it best to surmise that the most beautiful constituencies are entitled by the first letter of their description. Mr. Speaker, I hail from a family of Labour-leaning trade unionists. Having crossed the dining room floor of 5 Gorcott Fields, Buckingham at the age of 16 years, I know what it takes to stand for the courage of one's convictions and to suffer the harsh consequences of washing up sanctions as a result. Yet, whilst my family and I may differ in the means, the ends of giving people hope and support via an education, a job, housing, support in ill health and strong community are the reasons why I sought election to this noble House. It is also the reason why I am grateful to be able to deliver my maiden speech in the segment of the debate of the most gracious speech dedicated to the economy. For the last 7 years, I have led a team of lawyers who have been unwinding the Lehman Brothers estate in Europe. This was the largest bankruptcy in world history. From a starting position of bankruptcy, £35 billion of cash and assets have been recovered and distributed by our small team. The books have been balanced, with creditors paid in full, and we now focus on paying a surplus. I am aware that a much more challenging turnaround has been performed by the government team, led by those on the front bench, and I support the balancing of the national books, returns to taxpayers and the desire to record a surplus. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, the Prime Minister and Chancellor visited our region to announce the South Coast Plan. This is a plan which has already started with the delivery of a new link road between Bexhill and Hastings. When it opens this year, it will stand ready to deliver thousands of new jobs in a 42-acre business park, 3,000 homes to attract new labour and give local people the chance of their own home, a new country park and economic regeneration to my constituency. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the investment delivered by this government, the future is positive for my constituents in Bexhill and Battle. However, for some of the most vulnerable and troubled of my constituents, they will always need a safety net, always require a defender, and always need to rely on someone who will bat for them in their time of need. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to work with all members of this House in order that we may together provide this role, not just for my constituents in Bexhill and Battle, but for all constituents represented by this noble House.
Tom Bray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for calling me early in this debate and selecting the Liberal Democrat amendment in my name and that of my friends. And I'd like to start by congratulating the member for Bexhill and Battle for delivering a flawless maiden speech, and I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the member for Doncaster North, who I think delivered a very gracious speech, and particularly given that he hasn't had much practice in the last 9 years in relation to delivering a speech from the backbenches. I'd just like to touch briefly on a couple of issues in our amendment, and the first of those is the Human Rights Act. And I wanted to try and clarify really what the party opposite's opposition to the Human Rights Act was. I think it boils down to just a couple of things, and I think they are foreign prisoners and prisoner voting. And members will know that the Home Secretary famously tried to kick-start her own leadership bandwagon with a Tory conference speech promising to deport an illegal migrant whose removal was said to have been blocked by the courts on Article 8, the right to a family life. And she said, we all know the stories about the Human Rights Act, about the illegal immigrant who cannot be deported because, and I'm not making this up, he had a pet cat. But a spokesman, but a spokesman for the Judicial Office at the Royal Courts of Justice, which issues statements on behalf of senior judges, said the pet had had nothing to do with the judgment allowing the man to stay. So unfortunately, it was just that, a story about the HRA, a story which just happened not to be true. So if there are, in fact, other aspects of the Human Rights Act that the government wants to get rid of, such as the right to life, the right to privacy, I do think that we are entitled to know that. And at the moment, there is no real clarity on what their concerns are. And I'm disappointed, or sorry, that the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Rushcliffe, is no longer in his place. I don't agree with him that it makes no difference how much a party spends on its campaign, particularly if there are ways of spending that get round the constituency spending limits. But I do agree with him and his quote in relation to the ECHR, and that is that I personally think it is unthinkable to leave the European Convention on Human Rights. It is the way we uphold the values we strive for, which are the rule of law, individual liberty, justice for all, regardless of gender. The Convention is the bedrock of that. So I certainly agree with him on that point. And I also agree with what the Right Honourable Member for Beaconsfield had to say when he said that the ECHR is on a daily basis producing decisions of great importance in improving human rights in Europe, which are inevitably ignored here because they tend to concern countries in Eastern Europe. So I agree with these very respected Conservative politicians that scrapping the HRA coming out of the Convention would be a disaster for the UK's credibility. It would send a message to countries like Belarus or Russia that you can take or leave, pick or choose your human rights like your favourite dishes on a Chinese menu. Moving on, Mr Speaker, to the Snoopers Charter. And clearly there are business implications for the Snoopers Charter and the impact that it would have on start-up businesses that would be required to collect and store data in a way that wasn't in the interests of their business. And we know that David Anderson has been looking at the current surveillance and intercept laws. He handed a report to the Prime Minister on the 6th of May. And I do wonder whether the government have had time to take that into account when they brought forward the Investigatory Powers Bill and their proposals within it. And clearly we need to see what is contained in it. And we also need, I think, an explanation of why the UK government are proceeding with things that the Americans have just rejected. The Americans, for instance, do not have a mandatory communications data requirement for communication service providers, yet we do. And I think we need to know why. Is it the government's view that the Americans are putting the lives of their civilians at risk? And we also have a new report from Sir Nigel Sheenwald, which I'm afraid may well not be released. And I would urge the government to make a copy of this public, even if it is required to be redacted, because it's quite possible that this report will actually show that there is no need for the Snoopers Charter, and in fact an international treaty could be used instead to allow countries to agree to release data if there was a need to do so from a security services point of view. I'd just like to conclude by touching very briefly on the issue of right to buy. There was clear agreement in the last general election campaign that we needed to build more homes. I'm afraid that what the government are proposing are very unlikely to achieve that. And I just wanted to highlight what the Mayor of London had to say. When asked about the right to buy, he said that, and the present proposals, it's obviously one of the issues is that it would be potentially extremely costly to this body, that being the London Assembly or the GLA. We would have to make up the difference. Housing associations are private bodies, as we all know. It would involve massive subsidies. Yet, I think as in a tweet, which I think he was tweeting as the member for Uxbridge and South Rushcliffe, as opposed to the mayor, he then went on to say that the right to buy was a very good policy, a good way of ensuring it is funded. So I think we do need some clarity. I guess if you have two jobs, there are often occasions where you're going to have to contradict yourself, and clearly that is what he's had to do. Mr Speaker, time doesn't allow to touch on the other things, such as the Liberal Democrat free childcare and tax threshold, but I would love to have an opportunity to discuss those at a later date.
Right. Thank you, Mr Speaker, not least for putting me higher up the list than you intended to yesterday, so thank you very much indeed for that. Can I start by congratulating the Honourable Member for Bexhill and Battle for a fabulous maiden speech, and I hope, as I am the member of Warwick and Leamington, he will grow to cherish the double-barrelled nature of his constituency. I am very grateful for the opportunity to support the Queen's speech, and in particular the measures that it includes that will build on the work of the last Parliament to ensure the continued growth of our economy. From big manufacturing brands and household names such as Argo Rangemaster, Dennis Eagle and National Grid, to the new and exciting creative industries such as Freestyle Games and Radiant Worlds, Warwick and Leamington is clearly a good place to do business. I'd also like to welcome Tata Technologies, who unveiled plans to build their new European headquarters in my constituency next year. I'm delighted the Government announced in the Gracious Speech plans to continue our economic growth by supporting business and encouraging job creation, not least with the ambition to achieve full employment. We have a fantastic record on which we continue to build. In Warwick and Leamington, for example, the number of job seekers allowance claimants has decreased by 74% over the last 5 years, and the number of youth claimants has reduced by an astonishing 82%. And tribute must be paid to both employers and employees for achieving this. Warwick and Leamington is part of a region that has a tremendous manufacturing heritage. It is fair to say that over the last Parliament we saw a renewed and extremely welcome focus on manufacturing and the reshoring of this vital sector in our economy. To quote the Chancellor, the march of the makers. Manufacturing is growing in the UK, and particularly in the Midlands. It makes up 54% of UK exports and directly employs 2.6 million people. Growth in recent years has been positive, and in particularly encouraging development. In 2014, the car industry in the UK had its best year in sales in nearly 10 years. In manufacturing overall, there is an average productivity increase of 3.6% per year. As a government, I believe we need to ensure that UK companies continues to be a place where things are designed and made. To do this, we must support business, large and small, and particularly those in the supply chains. We must also address the skills shortage and focus on training young people to be equipped for the workforce. One way to support business is to create an environment in which we can foster collaboration and support between business. We're already seeing examples of this in the establishment of our local enterprise partnerships and the growth of city deals across the country. In terms of skills, there's a recent report for the All-Party Group on Manufacturing, of which I am co-chair, and I'm delighted to see my co-chair in the chamber, the Right Honourable Member for Huddersfield. I will give way to my near neighbour.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way because his constituency butts onto mine. So there's a shared interest in things like research and development, and particularly small businesses, and major companies like Jaguar Land Rover. Does he not welcome this development?
I welcome it very much, and I also recognise that the Honourable Gentleman shares a university. The students very much live in my constituency, but the University of Warwick is based very much in his constituency, and it is celebrating its 50th year this year. The Royal Academy of Engineering has reported the country will need an 800,000 graduates in science, technology, engineering and maths sectors by 2020, encouraging students, both boys and girls, to study STEM subjects at schools and providing clear career advice to students from a young age will start to address this very serious gap. We must ensure that our technical and further education colleges are given the recognition and assistance they need to achieve this. We are particularly fortunate in Warwick and Leamington to have Warwickshire College, one of the best further education institutions in the country. We're also home to many students from Warwick University. It is also now, this year, after only 50 years, one of the top 100 universities in the world. I've been privileged to see the quality of the training and education that both these institutions provide. Over many years now, it has reinforced for me how important both tertiary and further education are in providing the skills and training that young people need to succeed. In terms of further education, Warwickshire College has partnered with local employers such as Rolls-Royce and Jaguar Land Rover to provide work experience and ensure that students are exposed to the workplace throughout their education. This collaborative approach provides the best of both worlds for students, and I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome to the new Principal of Warwickshire College, Angela Joyce, to her post. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to reiterate the importance of support for our economy to create an environment that supports job creation and business growth. Additionally, giving our young people the skills that they need to get these jobs is just as vital, not least as we see existing and new sectors develop and grow.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I start by congratulating you on your successful election yesterday to Chairman of Ways and Means. The Queen's speech on a number of occasions mentions the term oneness and togetherness, and that, of course, as a Unionist, is music to my ears, because I feel very much part of this nation and want to be part of this nation and want to make sure that the economy of this nation grows in a spirit of togetherness and brings us closer together and allows us to share our strengths and ensure that our weaknesses are not made weaker, but that we're bound greater into the Union. And therefore, those terms that have been expressed in the Queen's speech are welcome and give us a sense of heartened belief in what could be a potential that this new government offers us. But as a member from Northern Ireland, and proudly from North Antrim, I am always bound to ask the question, what does the Queen's speech specifically mean for my constituents, for my people, for my community? In the last term of Parliament, I welcomed the fact that the government put its neck on the line and pursued a change to corporation tax specifically for Northern Ireland and gave us the power to reduce our corporation tax. And I hope that the Assembly uses that power wisely and allows us to seriously compete with a nation that abounds us on its land border, namely the Irish Republic, whose corporation tax stands at 12.5%. I hope that we take up the challenge in the Assembly and make that change, and I welcome the fact that Westminster gave us that power. But there's other things which this Parliament could do and this government could do for Northern Ireland to allow it to increase its economic competitiveness and to be a stronger part together within this nation. For example, look at our tourism sector. I have the joy of having the Giant's Causeway in my constituency, one of the finest natural locations for people to visit. Indeed, it's the single largest visitor attraction on the entire island of Ireland. And I welcome many people there each year. I just wish that they were all my voters. And that attraction, we have seen, not only creates employment and stimulates employment, but stimulates opportunity. And therefore, attracting more tourists to Northern Ireland is part of the business plan for our country. We currently have 60,000 people directly employed in the tourism sector. We have £1 billion a year spent in a population of 1.7 million people in tourism. That's £600 million brought in by visitors to Northern Ireland, spending it in Northern Ireland, and £400 million going out by people leaving Northern Ireland to do their tourism. The way we can help there is to see a reduction in VAT in that sector, and I would welcome that change and hope that the government would look at that, maybe even before the 8th of July, and we could see a potential change in that particular part that would help small businesses in that sector. I'd also like to see air passenger duty on domestic flights removed altogether. The government kindly reduced air passenger duty for our long-haul flights, which helps an airport in South Antrim, the constituency next door to me. But I'd like to see that also for local flights, because if you're really serious about togetherness, then don't tax us when we have to fly to our nation's capital. I also believe that the government has done very well in setting up a minister for the Northern Powerhouse. Well, of course, for someone who represents the real Northern Powerhouse in our country, that of Northern Ireland, I hope that that minister's remit would be extended to allow him to look at the economic opportunities that flow from Ulster, and which he could indeed link in with Invest Northern Ireland, with our tourism, for enterprise and trade, and ensure that there is great connectivity between how he's going to build the economic powerhouse of the north of England with the economic power base that could be in Northern Ireland. That was certainly one of our priorities in our election campaign, and I look forward to that link being created. Our largest sector in Northern Ireland is agri-foods, and I hope that the government takes the opportunity to really seriously look at the opportunities that we have in exporting our finest product, namely food produce. And one of the things which could be done is agricultural licences for export trade with Asia, with the Far East, with the Mid East, where restrictions on exports are incredibly high. I hope our government makes a serious effort with China, with the Middle East in particular, and says to them, here is an opportunity for us to increase our trade opportunity and expand our industry, our agri-foods industry in Northern Ireland. I hope that the government would look at that opportunity. In the weeks ahead, Northern Ireland, however, does face a political crisis, and that is the issue to do with welfare reform. And I hope that the government recognises that it has a serious responsibility to hold firm to the line that the Prime Minister stated yesterday, that we want to see the full implementation of the agreement that was struck in Belfast at the latter part of last year. It's only by having economic sense and recognising that we cannot spend beyond our means will we be able to take Northern Ireland out of the economic harm that those opposing welfare reform in our country actually wish on our land.
Lucy Frazer.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, for calling on me this afternoon, and congratulations on your election. I'm delighted to speak after the member for Bexhill and Battle. I too have a specialism in insolvency, but neither of us can claim to be as expert in that subject as Gordon Brown. I'm also pleased to have spoken after the honourable member for Northern Antrim, who spoke so well about the value of unity. I've listened with much admiration for a number of days to the eloquent and passionate maiden speeches on both sides of this House. It is an absolute privilege to be part of this British democracy. South East Cambridgeshire, the constituency I'm fortunate to represent, has not troubled this House with a maiden speech for 28 years. It has been well served by the distinguished Sir James Pace for all of that period. Sir James is an honourable, loyal and principled man who has, throughout his career, stood up for farmers both inside and outside the constituency, and I know that his absence from that community, as well as many others, is sorely missed. Now, many presume that South East Cambridgeshire is a safe Conservative seat. I'm not sure that there is such a thing as a safe seat of any kind anymore, but even if there were, that is not a term which should be used to describe this constituency, which has had a checkered, if not colourful, political history. The Isle of Ely, which falls within it, was the seat of Clement Freud, a man of many rare attributes, being a nightclub owner, a dog food commercial actor, and Liberal Democrat, which fit together surprisingly well. It was represented by Francis Pym, yes, a Conservative, but not always a supporter of his Prime Minister, who once said, "Landslides do not on the whole produce effective government." So our Prime Minister can rest assured of an effective and smooth 5 years. And it was the home of Oliver Cromwell, who defeated the Scots at Dunbar, incorporated Scotland into his protectorate, and transported the Scots as slaves to the colonies. Now, there's an answer to the West Lothian question, but not one that, of course, I would recommend. Standing in the shoes of such colourful and distinguished predecessors is difficult, but it's been made much easier by the charm and friendliness of the people of South East Cambridgeshire. The constituency includes the city of Ely, the town of Sewham, and many villages. It's the only constituency in the country which contains a racecourse, a science park, and a thriving farming sector. The businesses in these areas are leaders in their fields, competing successfully on the international markets. They are part of our growing economy in the east of England. Our government has an opportunity, if not an obligation, to support and nurture successes of this nature, and I'm absolutely delighted that our government is doing precisely that. But I'm also mindful that economic success is not universal throughout the constituency. As the daughter of a teacher who taught in a state primary school in a very deprived area in Leeds, and the granddaughter of a headmaster who founded a technical school in Leicester, recognising as he did that academic education is not the right route for all children. I know that education can transform lives, that education is a driver of social mobility, and that ambition and aspiration is not and should not be the preserve of the few, but of the many. Yeah. Equality of opportunity is the heart of any respectable democratic country. A good education should be available to all, no matter what background you come from or where you live, which it is why it is so important that we have a fair funding formula for our education nationally, a formula which provides per-pupil funding which is more consistent across the country. Yeah. Ambition and aspiration are now being talked about by both the major parties, and rightly so. But it should not be limited to aspiration for individuals alone. It should also encompass our vision for our country. A small but great Britain has played a disproportionate role in world affairs for centuries. A strong Britain should continue to play a key role in our international affairs. Yeah. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my great-grandparents fled to this country with nothing, with no possessions and no money, not even speaking the language, and Britain gave them a home. It gave them hope and it gave them a future. They integrated into our society such that my grandfather was awarded a CBE for services to education. I am so proud to be part of this great country and to be in a position to give back to our communities. It is an absolutely huge privilege to have been chosen to represent the people of South East Cambridgeshire, and I will do my utmost to serve them.
Yeah. Fiona Mactaggart.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for South East Cambridgeshire. One of the few things I really like about this new Parliament is the sight of more women on all the benches around us. As the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North reminded us, the Queen on Wednesday promised that the government will adopt a one nation approach. And yet in practice, this government's approach to the economy has divided our nation. What brings a nation together? A sense of fair play, underpinned, in my view, by universal human rights. A sense that everyone can depend on good public services when they need them. We can be united by confidence in a fair tax system and spending that's efficient where our money isn't wasted. I have to say, when I was a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I was constantly struck by how many voters watched our hearings, praising the Honourable Member for Barking for her determined defence of the taxpayer's pound. Their enthusiasm showed that when we in Parliament stop the government wasting citizens' hard-earned money, they're not in the least turned off by politics. But politicians have to be scrupulously honest about what we do. And in my view, the plan to make it illegal to increase taxes looks like a rhetorical device. What's the penalty going to be? When the Honourable Member for Tatton go to jail if he increases VAT, for example, on books to equalise the treatment of electronic reading material and printed books, I believe also that the trumpeted plans to exempt the lowest pay from any form of income tax are an example of a policy which divides rather than unite. It's been dressed up as help to the low paid. But every study shows that the majority of the benefit goes to families in the top half of earning, whose tax bill as a share of their income will fall further than the poorer half of the community. My objection to this policy is that it divides society, separating us into givers and takers, those who pay into the system and those who take out, breeding a culture of blame and suspicion. Of course, we all pay tax, we all pay VAT when we buy things, but the greatest proportion of tax, and often the most resented, is income tax. It's fairer than other taxes, all of which take up more of the household budgets of the poorest people than those who are wealthier. And paying tax, as we, I think, too often fail to remind citizens, is a symptom of social solidarity. It's our subscription to civilised society where we can all enjoy public parks, send our children to schools where they have an equal chance to learn, and have a health service we can rely on when we're ill. One of the defining characteristics of Britain is a strong sense of fair play. But if no one explains the unfair consequences of plans to change tax thresholds, the one nation label that the government is claiming will camouflage this unfairness. I represent a successful town. It attracts inward investment to the United Kingdom. It's an immigrant town. Slough residents are aspirational, they work hard, they generate wealth. It is the third most productive town in the United Kingdom, contributing approximately $8 billion to the national economy, double the UK average. But that growth generates losers as well as winners. In our local housing market, rising prices push up GDP figures, while the rest of the economy drags. And as a result, homeowners see their assets grow, while everyone else is spending unsustainable proportions of their income on rent or struggling to buy. And frankly, the plans to sell off housing association properties at a discount, properties which are already occupied by secure tenants, is a gross example of taking assets available to the many people who have housing need, destroying the legacy of philanthropists and mutual aid societies who created those housing associations, and giving those assets to a few sitting tenants who can raise a mortgage. Because, frankly, that's the Conservative way, to take from the many and give to the few. GDP doesn't tell us how the benefits of growth are distributed, who wins within a population and who loses. And some people get no financial benefit at all. It's estimated that unpaid childcare contributes nearly 3/4 of GDP. Carers of ill and disabled relatives save more than the entire spend of the National Health Service. And yet UK workers who are employed and paid now only receive half of GDP. In 1976, it was 2/3. This rate of decline is unmatched by any developed economy, any other industrialised economies. Employees' share of the economic pie is now the lowest that's ever been recorded. And frankly, it's going to keep going down because of the plans of this government to cut in-work benefits. Other countries, most notably Scandinavian countries, have worker representatives on company boards so that meaningful discussions about sharing corporate wealth can take place. Sharing wealth equitably should be part of corporate social responsibility, and those issuing it shouldn't be given taxpayer contracts. So I urge the government to match its one nation rhetoric with action. If it does, we can have an economy where hard work is well rewarded, whether it's by a mum bringing up babies or a banker borrowing and lending. And if everyone is confident that their aspiration will be rewarded as they will do as my constituents do, which is to invest in their skills, work hard and grow our whole nation's economy.
To contribute to the Queen's speech today and to congratulate those who made the speech that are taking place, particularly to her dear honourable friend, member for South East Cambridgeshire, for a fine maiden speech, true to the traditions of those who've gone before her in that constituency, and also saying what is at the heart of this Queen's speech, this heart of this government, which is about mobility, aspiration for all, and that's something which we will continue to strive for throughout this time of Parliament. Others have also, alongside a honourable friend, have paid generous tribute to their predecessors. One tribute which has not been mentioned and wasn't mentioned by the new elected honourable member for Enfield North, and I've given a notice of this, was a tribute to her predecessor. And I'm going to correct that wrong and that omission and pay tribute to Nick Dubois, my former colleague, a neighbour and friend, who was a great asset to this House, and all sides of the House can recognise his contribution to this House and indeed to his constituency. Indeed, it's quite appropriate to pay tribute to him because in this debate on our economy, it is right to recognise his contribution to supporting our growing economy. It was Nick Dubois who initiated those jobs fairs, which many colleagues have taken up throughout the country, which have really provided great results. He championed jobs and apprenticeships in Enfield. He also championed trade envoys. And again, that has been taken up by the government. And then across different countries now, the fruits of his labour now providing great effect with us now, at last, turning around the decades, the legacy of under-investment in exports and also working with UKTI to produce great results. So he has a great legacy. I saw that myself in the latest jobs fair at Southbury Leisure Centre in February, which I co-hosted with Nick Dubois. And there we saw hundreds of people benefiting from hundreds of jobs. and seeing their lives transformed. Now, this isn't about the stats, this isn't about just plans, this is real lives that have been transformed. We're seeing them transformed. Many responded to that jobs fair and told us how much they benefited from, not least the hard work of Nick Dubois. He has that legacy which he can be proud of, and we as a government can be proud of that legacy, which is striving towards a full employment. The Honourable Member Friend for North, though, did talk about one aspect, which was our local hospital, Chancellor Hospital, which, again, Nick Dubois championed hard and campaigned hard on. She mentioned it, but missed a number of points, because in contrast to the last government, which was full of broken and empty promises, what happened before the election was Nick and myself, we secured the business case, which was signed off by the Treasury, which secured £270 million redevelopment of Chase Farm Hospital. And that is absolutely significant, because it will now mean that we will have a modern 21st century local hospital. It will have 8 operating theatres, it will have all the existing services put together on a 32,000 square metre building. And that is very important. And what is the contrast to that? Well, the contrast, it's certainly a contrast to what we heard by the Honourable Member Friend for North. It talked about gutting. This was going to gut Chase Farm Hospital. Far from gutting it, it's breathing new life into decrepit buildings that were left behind by the last Labour government. Because the contrast is very clear. We need that strong economy to be able to have a strong National Health Service. We needed the strong economy to be able to ensure that it was taxpayers' money, £120 million worth of taxpayers' money, or part of a wider £270 million deal. That was based on taxpayers' money and not on PFI. Because what our local hospitals have been beset with, the millstone that's been round the neck of Barnet Hospital, of North Mid Hospital, has been a PFI deal. Now we're doing, and we know that it's typical, isn't it, of the previous Labour government. They maxed out the credit card, and now we're paying off those debts now. And sadly, our health service is really struggling and challenged because of it. But I wanted to particularly highlight, Step Speaker, 2 aspects, 2 areas which will have a big effect on our economy and our society, and indeed will show and be what I believe a litmus test of what we talk about a lot, which is a one-nation party, a one-nation government. Firstly, it's the family, because we now have a family test introduced by the Prime Minister in August of last year. That means that every government department will be held to account for the impact of their policies on the family. I'd therefore be asking the Minister, perhaps in the wind-up, to be able to say what was the family impact, the family test of the whole Queen's speech. Maybe a summary of that would be useful. It's important that we don't just have a tick-box exercise. We've had tests in the past that government have had, but this needs to have real meaning. And it'd be good to continue to work with the Relationship Alliance to ensure that there's real meaning, to show that we are very true with our deep commitment to the family. Because we all know that family breakdown costs, it's been estimated, £48 billion per year, maybe more. And it's the poorest households that are getting hit. 2/3 of 15-year-olds in the poorest 20% of society no longer live with both parents. Our party, though, supports loud and clear marriage. It was a welcome introduction towards the end of the last Parliament of the marriage tax allowance. It is small, at £212. It's a start, and I'll be looking to see the government to go a lot further. To show that we value about others, what is at the heart of our One Nation concern is a concern for others. We see that no better than strong marriages and strong families. It is welcome, the good support in terms of childcare, but let's broaden that understanding and really support marriage as well. The other area that is a test is how we support complex needs. And it's welcome that in the autumn statement there was real support to working on the Troubled Families programme, which has transformed many lives and saved a huge amount of money, that we can work that model into multiple needs. And together with supporting strong families and supporting those with the most complex of needs, with housing, with addiction, with other problems of educational concerns as well, putting that together, those multiple needs, if we can ensure we work hard to support families, support those with those complex needs, we will then pass that test that we are truly one nation party and one nation government.
Yeah. Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to participate in this debate and make my maiden speech in this chamber. Congratulations to you on your re-election, and also just to praise the maiden speeches we've heard so far from the members for Bexhill and Battle and South East Cambridgeshire, despite our political and, as was outlined, historical differences. I hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, you will be patient with new members as we get to our new surroundings. Because as a trade unionist, for me, this is not just getting used to the rules of this House, but also this great city. A fact that was underlined to me when I was in the London Underground and honourable friends told me I had to stand to the right at all times. I retorted, never. However, Mr Speaker, I have been assured by many experts that this is to do with health and safety and regulation, so I assure the House that I will comply with that request. That's on the tube, not in here. I want to thank, Mr Deputy Speaker, the voters of Glasgow South West for giving me the honour and privilege of representing them in this Parliament. And I want to pay a genuine and gracious tribute to my immediate predecessor, Ian Davidson. Ian Davidson served this House for 23 years, laterally as the Chair of the Scottish Affairs Committee. He was a strong champion for workers' rights, including his work on blacklisting, and I pledge to take on that work and take that forward in my time here. He was a robust debater. He was always civil and respectful to me, but as they say in Glasgow, there was always a fair bit of banter. And indeed, in his maiden speech on the 19th of October 1992, he said of his immediate predecessor, Jim Sillars, "I think my predecessor made a contribution to Scottish politics which should not be underestimated or overlooked, even by those who disagree with his content or style or both." So let me gently but firmly associate myself with the words of my immediate predecessor about my immediate predecessor. And I take the opportunity to wish Ian well in whatever he decides to do next. Glasgow South West is an area rooted in the history and struggles of the working class, with a long tradition of representatives who fought for the underdog and gave voice to the voiceless. The constituency stretches from Govan to Pollock, featuring Ibrox Stadium, the home of Rangers Football Club. I will say, as a proud Partick Thistle supporter, a pleasure I share with the member for Paisley and Renfrewshire South, that I do recognise that Rangers Football Club, what it means to its supporters around the world, as well as in Glasgow. The constituency also includes Bexhill Park, with a beautiful house for an art lover, designed by the world-famous Charles Rennie Mackintosh, and is the site where not one but two popes have celebrated Mass, events I was privileged to attend on both occasions. The Govan shipyards are iconic and serve as a reminder that heavy industry and manufacturing should have a place in our economy. We have a constituency which is rich in history, but I just want to expand on one more, and that is, over the next 3 years, all nations of the UK will commemorate the sacrifices of the forebearers made in the First World War. It is my belief that all aspects of that period should be taught and remembered, and in Govan, the great Mary Barber led the rent strikes, fighting against those unscrupulous landlords who increased rents in the home front during that time of sacrifice on the Western Front. It may be a century ago, Mr Speaker, but we've come full circle as exploitation of one of the most basic human needs, that of shelter and a place to raise a family, is once more a key issue in this Parliament, and the Mary Barber Association do fantastic work. There isn't enough time for me to tell the stories and outline all the hopes of all the people in my constituency and the communities, but I was struck by how they all want a message delivered loud and clear that they and their families deserve better. We've heard much, Mr Speaker, on the importance of fostering aspiration and celebrating wealth creators. I believe, Mr Speaker, everyone has aspiration, and it concerns me when the welfare debate is reduced to judging who is deserving and undeserving, seeking the politics of grievance and envy, sowing the seeds of division within our communities. Welfare sanctions are driving people to the point of despair, where food banks are the only growth industry in too many communities, and the daily grind that low-paid workers on insecure but highly flexible contracts is a world away from the privileged workplace I now find myself in. I was elected, Mr Speaker, to speak truth to power in this place and stand up for the real wealth creators, the low-paid, long-hours insecure workers who show up and keep the economic wheels turning despite the poor treatment too many receive at the hands of their employers. And I come to this House after 25 years working in public services and almost 20 serving as a unison activist representing working people on a daily basis. The trade union movement gave me a political education and confidence to stand for election, and I know this experience is shared with other members who didn't have a privileged start in life. We live in a global world, and I believe that a different approach needs to be taken in the 21st century, and a step away from the 19th century world of work and the devil, take the hindmost approach to social security. That is an economic illiteracy that is not only immoral, but ends up costing more in the long run and damage to individuals, families and communities. We in the SNP come to this House to argue that social justice must be at the heart of the economic debate, and to put people before profits, bears before bombs, and as the STUC call it, Mr Speaker, that a better way is possible. Thank you.
Mr Jeremy Quinn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and may I congratulate the honourable gentleman from Glasgow South West on his maiden speech, and those of my honourable friends, the members of South East Cambridgeshire and for Bexhill and Battle. They all included within them brilliant summaries of the brilliant eulogies to their predecessors' political careers. Mr Speaker, you will not get that from me, but for the very best of reasons. Every Conservative member of this House will be delighted that the political service of my predecessor, now transformed butterfly-like into the noble lord, the Lord Maud of Horsham, continues in very rude health in another place. I have no doubt that his distinguished career in the Treasury, in the Foreign Office and in the Cabinet Office will get yet more distinguished as Minister for Trade. If he is as effective at boosting exports as he was at cutting waste, we can look forward to a sustained and ever-growing trade surplus. In addition to the wise advice of the noble lord, I am also indebted to that of one of my constituents, the Right Honourable Sir Peter Horden, one of a trio of Conservative MPs who for no less than 93 years were represented Horsham during the last century. Major Freddie Gough, who held the bridge at Arnhem, and Lord Winterton, who went over a career of 47 years from being the baby of this House to being the father of this House. I see she's in her place, Mr Speaker, and I hope she'll accept the compliment when I say that I sincerely hope that the lady, the honourable member for Paisley and Renfrewshire South, will still be gracing this chamber for the sake of our country in half a century's time. Horsham is an ancient town, represented here since 1292, but on occasion the constituency has fallen into bad habits. The parliamentary history of Horsham recalls how in the epic struggle between the Tories and the Liberals, they moved on from the more prosaic forms of electoral vice to the mass kidnap of each other's voters. The situation was improved by the addition to the borough constituency of large swathes of rural West Sussex, which we still enjoy. From Rudgwick in the west, it sweeps down to Billingshurst and over to Balcombe and Ardingly, the site of the South of England show. It contains Wakehurst Place, the country home of the Royal Botanic Gardens and the largest seed bank in the world. The north takes in Crawley Down and Copthorne, once the haunt of prize fighters and smugglers, now home to far more respectable residents. A whole series of opinion surveys consistently rates Horsham as a great place to live and work. There may be some cynicism in this House regarding opinion polls these days, but I can assure you that these at least can be relied upon. The constituency is proud of its economic independence and benefits from a burgeoning small business sector with a vast range of entrepreneurial and innovative industries. It has prospered in no small measure by the economic success fostered by the government. The growth in the number of new businesses in the last few years, the steepness of that growth has been matched only by the steepness in the fall of the number of claimants of job seekers' allowance. I'm one of the few new members who can honestly claim that no matter how reviled the status of being a Member of Parliament, I've managed to improve my standing in the world, because I was previously employed by an investment bank. However, I have also spent time in Her Majesty's Treasury, and I would like to pay tribute to the government's handling of our economic recovery. The robust underpinning of the country's economy over the last 5 years gives confidence to the small businesses in my constituency that under this government they can continue to invest, to expand and to prosper. But alongside economic success, Horsham has a strong social conscience. It is the home to many charities and is determined to ensure that this and future generations can continue to enjoy our countryside and benefit from excellent services. The area has been subject to substantial recent development. Residents are concerned on the impact of the environment and the supporting local infrastructure, not least the provision of NHS services. That is why we welcomed the Conservative manifesto commitment to encourage brownfield development, and why we were delighted to see the trenchant support for enhanced primary healthcare services. The current concerns on building and infrastructure would, however, be as nothing were Gatwick Airport to be permitted to build a second runway, the impact of which would be profound right the way across the constituency and far beyond. So, Mr. Speaker, Horsham has real concerns on which I would engage in the coming years, but it's at least certain that under a Conservative government its economy will flourish, and that, as outlined in the gracious speech, this Parliament will be focused on ensuring that the increasing wealth created will benefit all, and that all our citizens can aspire and prosper.
Angela Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I start by congratulating you on your re-election as Speaker of the House, but also the 3 new Deputy Speakers, and in particular my friend who was in her place on the front bench for North East Derbyshire, who I think will be an excellent Deputy Speaker and who will fulfil the potential she promised in being an excellent backbench Business Committee Chair in the previous Parliament. I'd also like to congratulate the member for Horsham on his eloquent maiden speech and wish him luck in his work here in the House in representing his constituents and his party, indeed, in this place. And indeed, I'd like to pay tribute to all the maiden speeches made so far. We've heard some excellent maiden speeches, delivered very confidently and with real style and polish. Now, today's debate is broadly about fiscal issues relating to deficit and debt, but growth, of course, plays a key part, has a key part to play in reducing the deficit, and our prosperity as a nation indeed depends on robust economic growth. And on this side of the House, we absolutely understand the need for economic growth based on wealth creation. And I have my friend here, the member for Huddersfield, the joint chair of the All-Party Group for Manufacturing, and on the front bench over there, the member for Hartlepool, who and both these members joined with a number, indeed the majority of colleagues on these benches, in fighting hard in the last Parliament for manufacturing, for making the case for industrial strategy, for underpinning and helping manufacturing to grow its share of the economy. And that has to be a key part of the way forward. And in this context, I welcome, actually, the Northern Powerhouse initiative from the government. And indeed, I've long argued for the devolution of powers in England and believe that this country will only be one nation on the basis of proper devolution, a properly thought-through devolutionary settlement for England. And the real danger, though, with the Northern Powerhouse project as it currently stands is that devolution, as promised by the legislation on the table, will become discredited unless it is accompanied by changes to the distribution of funding by central government. We all know that the north of England, indeed large parts of provincial England, do lose out in terms of local government funding. We know there are huge disparities in terms of how local government is funded, and it's not just local government. Transport too. We see transport funding from central government distributed in a really unfair and uneven basis, with London enjoying investment in transport at a level which is way beyond anything that's enjoyed by the north of England. And the danger here, of course, is that the regions of the UK, which are already disadvantaged because they trail behind London in terms of GDP and rates of economic growth, will see those disparities even more deeply entrenched unless we see an effective government strategy for properly addressing this issue. This is the danger we face. We cannot ignore it. The north of England, Greater Manchester, South Yorkshire, the West Riding of Yorkshire, will not grow in the manner we need to see them grow unless we deal with those disparities. They have to be addressed by the government. And in moving to my final point, I want to develop a little further the argument for a more comprehensive, better thought through approach to devolution. Because, of course, the other danger here is that rural areas, as well as suburban areas, will feel increasingly alienated and left out by concepts such as the Northern Powerhouse. A danger that every member of this House needs to take cognizance of. And we need a non-partisan approach to dealing with this. Take the north of England, take Greater Manchester and South Yorkshire as a classic example. In between those two city regions, you have the Peak District, National Park, the Dark Peak, what we call the Dark Peak. There is nothing at the moment on the table to integrate that area into a devolutionary settlement, and yet that area has a key role to play in the economic growth of the north of England. That issue has to be dealt with. And of course it's true that big cities are always going to be the motor of our economy, but that must not mean that we ignore the contribution that can be made to our economy by smaller towns and our rural areas, nor the potential for economic growth offered by those areas. And I'll finish by giving you one really good example of how that can be achieved. One of the biggest contributors to the manufacturing activity of this country is food and farming. Food manufacturing is a huge player and it contributes billions to our GDP. There is no better example of how the activities undertaken in our rural areas, the produce of the land, and how that is translated and how that's transformed into the food that goes onto our plates. How those two activities, properly integrated in a devolutionary settlement, can help to deliver for the economic growth of this country in the future.
Okay. Can I just say before I bring the next speech, I'm going to reduce it to 5 minutes to try and assist in getting as many members as possible. Peter Aldis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and many congratulations for being back in your place, and to all those new members who've delivered such excellent maiden speeches. I support the Queen's speech for its ambition and direction of travel. The Prime Minister has rightly stated that every part of this country has a stake in our economic success. Much good work was done by the previous government to achieve this, but there is a great deal more to do, and there will be plenty of potential pitfalls along the way. The bills in the Queen's speech provide the framework for developing sustained prosperity right across this country. But it will be important to scrutinise them closely as they progress through this House and the other place. In some cases, the devil will be in the detail, and no stone must be left unturned in the pursuit of good legislation that works for the whole of the United Kingdom. Economic policy in the UK has for too long been centralised from top down. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor for the Exchequer, is right in his assessment that the model of running everything from London has failed and has created an unbalanced economy. It has become very clear that the man in Whitehall does not know best. I support the ambition and determination to create a northern powerhouse, but it is very important that all other parts of the country have the same opportunity and access to the necessary funds. For my part, I endorse wholly the words of my honourable friend, the member for Saffron, Walden, in wanting an East Anglian powerhouse. Yeah. Mr Deputy Speaker, British people talk about the weather. East Anglians, we talk about infrastructure. This is because we don't have very much of it, and that which we do have doesn't work very well. In my Waveney constituency, the nearest motorway is in Holland. Our railways resemble an elephant's graveyard where trains come to die. And there are some very rural areas where broadband coverage is spasmodic at the very least. I commend the Prime Minister when he stated that we will make sure that everyone has the infrastructure that they need to succeed. In the last Parliament, he and the government that he led did put their money where their mouth was. In this Parliament, we've got to deliver and get these roads and bridges built and superfast broadband made available to all. Those projects for which funding has been provided must be built on time. The preparatory work for upgrading the A47 must be carried out promptly. The 60-month period which has been suggested before any construction work begins is not acceptable. We must use the opportunity presented by the rail franchise tender to deliver better railways, reliable, fast and comfortable trains that run on time. With the third crossing project in Lowestoft, locally we will complete the necessary studies that the government has enabled us to do, and we will then work with the government to get this very important piece of local infrastructure built. Mr Deputy Speaker, I shall briefly mention 3 industries that are important to Waveney that have the potential to contribute a great deal to the local economy, but need to overcome a variety of obstacles. Firstly, the oil and gas sector. The oil and gas sector at the current time faces significant challenges faced by the dramatic fall in crude oil prices. Jobs have been lost, such as at AKD Engineering in Lowestoft, which closes this month. The government have recognised the problem and did come forward in the budget with proposals that restructure the taxation regime, which the Office of Budget Responsibility estimate should boost North Sea oil production by 15% by the end of the decade. This is welcome, but I would urge the Treasury to work closely with the industry to bring in further measures in the next month's budget, if indeed they are necessary. The offshore wind industry can bring significant benefits to the Waveney economy. In the last 5 years, work has been put in place to enable it to do so. We need to get those wind farms off the East Anglian coast built in this 5-year term. The fishing industry also is in need of support. My honourable friend, the member for Newbury, helped reform the common fisheries policy. We need now to ensure that those small fishermen who make up the East Lowestoft fleet have a fair access and a fair share of quota. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, the proposals announced in the Queen's speech are welcome, but there is much work to do. No parts of the country must be forgotten. With infrastructure, we must press on to get roads and bridges built, and there must be no-go areas as far as policy is concerned, and particularly fishing.
Government. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to follow the honourable member for Waveney, and as he was describing infrastructure in his constituency, I began to wonder whether it had been translated to the North East, because we have very similar problems in the North East. At the beginning of this debate, we heard an intense debate, a political debate, about the right speed of deficit reduction. And we're going to continue to see a big political debate about the appropriate size and scope of the public sector in this country. But where we have a consensus is on the importance of the effective and efficient use of public money. Everyone wants to see the taxpayer get good value for money. We all have our stories of Whitehall waste, and I think my low point was when I was a minister and I was sitting in my office and 2 men came in to water the plants. And they watered 2 plants, and then I pointed to another one, which was on the windowsill, and I said, what about that one? And they went over and they looked very carefully at it and they felt the leaves, and then they said, that's not ours, because plant watering had been contracted out. But before honourable members opposite think that this is confined to the Labour years, I have to tell them I put down a series of PQs in the spring, and what I found was departments are renting desks, and there's one department that was paying the fabulous sum of £10,309.63 a year per desk. But if we are to get to grips with these problems, we must ask why they happened. It's important to root out waste in individual programmes, but we will only succeed if we look at the underlying patterns and problems. And there are recurrent issues which we see. Large ICT projects. So, for example, in past years, the Rural Payments Agency and tax credits were a problem. Now this government is running into similar issues on universal credit. Procurement capacity in Whitehall needs to be improved, and it's not good because the route to the top is through being able to write clever policy papers, not do good deals. The transparency of value for money where services are contracted out is another problem. We've got to hold to account the Sercos, the Capitas, the G4Ss of this world, because they're now controlling billions of pounds, and the excuse of commercial in confidence cannot be hidden behind any longer. We see unnecessary complex financial arrangements, excessive returns to bankers and consultants, not the cheapest deal for taxpayers. And only this week, problems were highlighted in the health service. Rip-off agency fees for doctors and nurses being paid more than those on regular contracts, and the revolving door for senior executives. No one thinks it is acceptable to retire on Monday, collect a lump-free sum on Tuesday and go back into the same job on Wednesday. As a country, we're now spending £740 billion. If we can achieve 2% efficiency improvements on this 740, that's £13 billion. Some people will want to use it for tax cuts, some people will want to use it to bolster the public services, but it's definitely money worth finding. And Parliament, including the select committees, has a key part to play in this. By fulfilling our role, we can improve government's long-term capacity to deliver its plans, to set out and do what it intended. If we work in an incisive, open and transparent manner, we can raise trust in the political process by shining a light and not being afraid to challenge those in positions of power. We can make a real difference. And by doing this in an effective way, we will raise confidence in politics, in Parliament, in the political process. And I'm sure that's something which all members of this House want to do.
Amanda Milling.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my maiden speech as part of today's debate. It's a pleasure to follow the member for the Honourable Member for Bishop Auckland, and I would also like to congratulate all of the members who have also made maiden speeches today. It's a real honour to be stood in this most historic chamber to represent the residents of Cannock Chase, a constituency in Staffordshire, in the county where I was born and brought up, and also join one of the former members of Parliament for Cannock Chase, my right honourable friend, the member for Aldershot. My immediate predecessor was Aidan Burley, winning the seat in historic fashion in 2010. Since that time, Aidan has worked very hard on behalf of Cannock Chase residents, and I would like to thank him. His successful jobs fairs helped to contribute towards the significant fall in unemployment. He spearheaded the campaign to save our fantastic Cannock Chase Hospital, and he campaigned for the investment which will see the electrification of the Chase line. I would like to wish Aidan the very best of luck for the future and his life with wife Jodie. The constituency takes its name from the forest, much of which lies within the parliamentary boundaries of Cannock Chase. The Chase was designated an area of outstanding natural beauty in 1958 and comprises a wide range of landscape and wildlife, including a herd of fallow deer. The Chase has, over the years, become a real destination for visitors. So whether you're a mountain biker, runner or walker, there's something for everyone. Every November, the Cannock Rotary holds a 10k run through the Chase, and I would welcome any member joining me on this run. The scenery is stunning. Bordering the forest are the constituency's three main towns, Cannock, Hensford and Rugeley. Each has its unique character, although one commonality: a strong history and proud heritage in coal mining. One of Cannock's best-known former residents and miners is a well-known member of this House, the Right Honourable Member for Derbyshire Dales and Secretary of State for Transport. He is well-loved and highly regarded by the residents of Cannock Chase. I feel it's our mining heritage which helps to explain the incredibly strong sense of community that you feel in Cannock Chase. And I'm really proud to say we have a wide variety of local charities, voluntary and community groups. The skyline in Rugeley is a reminder of the past and future and the extent to which I'm pleased to say the area has evolved and adapted to industrial change. Once there stood 2 power stations and a colliery. Now there's one power station with new industrial and business parks opposite, home to one of the Amazon's distribution centres, as well as many small and medium-sized businesses. It is small and medium-sized businesses such as these that are the engine of our economy, and more particularly Cannock Chase in the 21st century. Before being elected, I had a career in business. Business is in my blood, and that's why I have chosen to speak today. I'm sure that my late father, Humphrey Milling, who was once managing director of a local tool manufacturing business, Brittle, with its own connections to Cannock, would be very pleased that supporting local businesses is one of my key priorities, and he'd also be delighted to see the election of a pro-business, Conservative majority government. It is thriving local businesses that have created jobs for local, hard-working families and are giving opportunities to our young people. And I look forward to working with local businesses, local training providers and the young people themselves to help get as many of these young people into work. The Cannock Chase I described today is one of real aspiration and opportunity, and I look forward to representing the area in this Parliament to ensure it's an even better place to live and work.
Matthew Pennicott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my maiden speech, and can I offer my own congratulations on your re-election. It's a privilege to follow the honourable member for Cannock Chase, and I'd like to pay tribute and commend the excellent contributions of honourable members on both sides of the House that have made their maiden speeches today. For new members such as myself, speaking for the first time in this chamber is a deeply humbling experience. It's made all the more so for me by an awareness of the formidable predecessors that have represented the area that I call home, and I now have the privilege of serving in this place. It was on Blackheath in 1876, in an open-air meeting attended by 10,000 of his Greenwich constituents, those rabid cockneys, in the words of Disraeli, that Gladstone first announced the Bulgarian horrors, and in so doing reforged his links with popular radicalism and set himself on a journey towards a second ministry. It was in Woolwich in 1903 that Will Crooks, the son of a ship stoker who had endured the privations of the workhouse, won a spectacular by-election victory over his Conservative Unionist opponents to become the 4th ever Labour Member of Parliament. And it was in Woolwich again in February 1950 that gave Labour's greatest Foreign Secretary, Ernie Bevin, a final berth from which to serve out his days as one of the chief architects of our post-war world. Over the course of 23 years of distinguished service, my immediate predecessor, the Right Honourable Nick Rainsford, more than earned his place among such illustrious company. I would like to pay tribute to him, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not just because it is customary, but out of a deep sense of gratitude and respect. Nick's efforts over many decades helped transform Greenwich and Woolwich, and his contribution to our national life was no less impressive. As well as an effective minister and a skilled parliamentarian, Nick was also a diligent and caring constituency MP who fought tenaciously to better the lives of his constituents. He was, I know, admired on both sides of the House, and it is both an honour and enormous challenge to take on his mantle. Mr. Speaker, Greenwich and Woolwich has an extremely rich history. As the millions of tourists that visit my constituency each year discover, the historical centre of Greenwich is a breathtaking blend of history, science and architecture. It has been the residence of Tudor kings, was the birthplace of classical architecture in England, is the spiritual home of Britain's maritime past, was the place where the heavens were first comprehensively mapped out, and where the world's prime meridian runs across an ordinary London pavement. Yet as imperceptibly bound to its maritime and monarchical past as my constituency is, it has another proud history, one that is far too often overlooked, but which is just as inspiring. It's a history of industry, innovation, progressive social change and self-organisation, and above all of people that have come from every part of these islands and beyond, living together and looking out for one another in diverse and tolerant communities. The area was once a great manufacturing hub that teemed with the noise of shipbuilding, engineering, Europe's biggest glassworks at Charlton, and the colossal Royal Arsenal at Woolwich, birthplace of both the Royal Artillery and the Royal Engineers, that employed 70,000 people at its peak during the First World War. It has been a centre of research and discovery that in the 1850s produced the earliest telegraph cables and the first to be laid across the Atlantic by Brunel's vast ship, the Great Eastern. It's been a breeding ground of progressive politics that gave birth to one of Britain's first building societies, the Woolwich Provident, one of its first cooperatives in the Royal Arsenal Co-op, and the first mass membership Labour Party. And it is a place whose people, confronted over the years by hardship, industrial decline, violence, and sadly even terrorism, have nonetheless remained resilient, vibrant and optimistic for the future. Mr Deputy Speaker, my constituency is now undergoing rapid change. Much of that change is extremely positive, but significant challenges remain, and not just how we get asked Charlton Athletic back into the Premiership. Inequality, deprivation, poverty, endemic low pay, long-term and youth unemployment, strained public transport services, and a chronic lack of genuinely affordable homes to rent or buy. All of these issues will need to be tackled in the years ahead if we're to have an economy which is both sustainable and that works for all of my constituents. I'm determined to do everything in my power to make sure they are in the years ahead, and I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity I've been given by the people of Greenwich and Woolwich to be their voice in this place and the champion and servant of this great constituency. Thank you.
Stephen Phillips.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I be the first, I think, to congratulate you whilst you're in the chair on assuming that position. This, as it happens, is turning out to be a parliament of firsts for me also. I think I was the first member to be granted an urgent question last week. I'm the first member to have been called by you. I'm tempted to ask whether you can enjoin the House to not interrupt me on the basis that this is perhaps a maiden speech. And I say that because, having been granted that urgent question last week, someone at Sky very kindly tweeted that a new member had been granted an urgent question. So I've obviously made an extraordinary impact on the media over the course of the last few years. Can I also congratulate all the honourable members who've made their maiden speeches today, the honourable members for Bexhill and Battle, South East Cambridgeshire, Glasgow South West, Horsham, Cannock Chase and Greenwich and Woolwich. They will all obviously have fine parliamentary careers, although I remind them that in 1837, when Disraeli, who we've already heard about twice in this debate, made his maiden speech, he ended it with the words, after a considerable amount of barracking, that I will sit down now, but the time will come when you will hear me. Well, the House has heard from all of you today, and the House is much better for having done so. I want also, if I may, because I've sat through the entirety of the debate, to commend the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Doncaster North, on one of the finest speeches which I think I have heard during my 5 years in this place. It is a speech which, in common with the Honourable Member for North West Leicestershire, I am pleased he did not make before the election. It is a speech, essentially, which could have come from these benches, because it was a speech about one nationism, and it is one nationism which this government stands for, and one nationism for which this party stands for. And the gracious speech which we are debating, the address on, is a speech about one nation. It is a speech about this country during the course of the next 5 years, and what this government's plans, on which it was returned with a majority, a significant majority, are going to achieve. The time is very limited in this debate, given the number of speakers, and there are 3 areas on which I wish to focus my remarks very briefly. The first of those, although I understand, of course, that this is a debate principally on the economy today, is in relation to the Human Rights Act. A rumour has grown up, it seems, on these benches, or at least I hear so from the Honourable Member for Newark, who is now the Parliamentary Private Secretary to my Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Lord Chancellor. A rumour has grown up that I am somehow going to be difficult in relation to the Human Rights Act, given my background and my role as a lawyer. That rumour is misplaced. I stood on a manifesto, and I want to remind all honourable members on this side of the House that we all stood on a manifesto which said that we would replace the Human Rights Act with a British Bill of Rights. That does not need to involve our withdrawal from the European Convention. Yeah. What we've said, and what we've said in the manifesto in 2010, is that that Act can and should be replaced by a British Bill of Rights, which is justiciable in the courts of this country, whether they are the courts of England and Wales, or of Scotland, or of Northern Ireland. And that, as was made crystal clear by the editorial in The Sun last week, and indeed by what we were told on the doorstep during the general election campaign, is what the British people want. The other thing that the British people want in relation to Europe, albeit unconnected with the European Court of Human Rights, is a referendum on the European Union. And it is this party which is going to deliver that referendum. And I remind everybody in the House, all honourable and right honourable members, whether you are the most fervent Europhile or the most ardent Eurosceptic, we are all here because we were elected in a democracy. And if you believe in democracy, as we all ought to do, then giving the British people a say in whether or not they want to continue being part of what the European community has become is absolutely the right thing to do. Now, I've already mentioned that the Right Honourable Member for Doncaster North mentioned Disraeli in his speech, and Disraeli also said in a very famous passage that he was a Conservative to preserve all that is good in our Constitution and a Radical to remove all that is bad. This is a government which has my support in relation to the gracious speech, because it is Conservative in relation to what is good in our Constitution, and it is Radical in relation to what is bad.
Very good. Barry Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, what a pleasure to be the first person on this side of the House to be called by you. You and I have been friends since you came to the House, and what I love about you is that you are passionate about this House. You love it. You were a great chair of the Backbench Business Committee, and the very good and excellent speeches that have been made today, and I've been sitting in here since 9:30, but there's been so many good interventions and speeches and maiden speeches, too many to mention. But the secret is loving this place, using it, serve the apprenticeship, and then enjoy it. It is the place to make your reputation, hone your skills, and show you're a real parliamentarian. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to talk about austerity, productivity, schools and skills, the North-South divide, and the danger of withdrawing from Europe. So I'm not going to touch on a lot of that. I want to start by being a little bit serious. The Speaker sometimes is very ageist and points out how long I've been in the House of Commons. My wife is just as bad. I was making my, hopefully, acceptance speech in Huddersfield on election night, and I said I thought this would be my 9th campaign. My wife said, "Darling, it's your 10th. You fought Taunton first and didn't get in." I then looked, and of course I'm the last Labour MP to come second in Taunton. We became behind the UKIP this year. It's quite a long history of fighting 10 elections. But I say this, Madam Deputy Speaker, today because this is the most worrying election I think I've been in. And I say that not because the Labour Party got a drubbing, not because there's this spectacular surge in Scotland of the SNP. What was really worrying was the lack of enthusiasm of the electorate for any of us. They don't like us very much. Only 2/3 of them voted. And they didn't vote with that great passion. We want to get to the polls. We want to get a Labour or a Conservative or anybody else in government. And I found it very worrying that we had such a little enthusiasm as I knocked on doors. Here's a country, you know, where people like the Luddites and the Chartists and the suffragettes fought to get the vote. And then you knock on their houses and they say, "We're not voting, you're all the same." That is a terrible comment on where we are in our democracy today. And I think the electorate I found were confused, depressed, and they resented and distrusted us. They wanted the leaders of our parties to be better, and all three leaders, I think, could have been darn sight better too. The fact of it, there was a feeling of no legitimacy around. Only 66% voted, 71% in Scotland. But the fact of the matter, I said in an intervention to the Chancellor Exchequer early on, don't let's crow about how well we represent everyone when even the government party is only representing such a small percentage of the British and the UK Parliament. But this is a year of really important anniversaries. Magna Carta, 800 years. Waterloo, 200 years. But I want to dwell for a moment on World War II. 70 years. 70 years to the end of the World War II. When faced with the challenge of a devastated country that had been at war for 6 years, we picked ourselves up under a Labour government and we made the basic institutions that were to provide the good life for so many people, the foundations of the good life, for 70 years. The National Health Service, yes? Everybody getting the best medical treatment on the basis of need, not the ability to pay. The fact that a welfare state, started after the First World War by Lloyd George, but made much more comprehensive after 1945 by a government that said there should be a welfare net where no one should fall below that level of poverty and need. And welfare then meant something wonderful. Not the way it's been turned into, partly in this country, sometimes by the government, but particularly by the Republicans in the United States. I believe in the welfare state. I believe in a great state. Yeah. We have a great challenge now to regenerate our economy, to regenerate our country, and we will only do that by making our people happy, contented, and giving them the good life that they deserve.
Hear, hear.
Marcus Fish.
Madam Deputy Speaker, very many congratulations on your election, and I'm glad to have caught your eye on this occasion of my maiden speech. I'm very pleased to rise as the first Conservative to be newly elected to serve the people of the Yeovil constituency since 1951. This is therefore the first of Her Majesty's gracious speeches to be welcomed by an incoming Yeovil Conservative, a task made easier by the fact that the people of Yeovil, by their choice, contributed to it outlining a Conservative programme. People in my area made a decisive choice, Madam Deputy Speaker, a choice to support a future of jobs and opportunities, to continue rebuilding our national finances and to stop burdening our young people and future generations with our mistakes and our debts. Whether in defence, health, education or investment in infrastructure to power our local growth, people understand that you can't do it without the foundation of a strong economy and sound public finances. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency sits in the middle of the narrowest part of the entrance to the southwest peninsula, on the main ancient route between London and the West Country, and at a crossing of the route between the ancient port at Weymouth and Bristol. Surrounded by rich agricultural land, a series of towns and villages along these routes were fashioned from the local ham stone, giving golden warmth to travellers and inhabitants alike. It became the natural home of successful farmers, seafarers and venturers, and delivered a ready supply of the highest grades of flax, rope and sailcloth which powered their exploits. In modern times, the people of the Yeovil constituency remain adventurous and resourceful. High-tech modern defence industries and facilities sit beside innovative service and engineering firms, modern farms and superb tourist experiences. Honourable members will have heard of the cutting-edge helicopters made by Westland, a great Yeovil firm which grew through Spitfire manufacture during the Second World War. This year, it celebrates its 100th year, supported by a legion of smaller local suppliers. In all parts of my constituency, in Yeovil, Crewkerne, Chard, Ilminster, South Petherton, Ilchester, and all the farms and villages in between, there is a very positive spirit in all sizes of businesses and sectors. We know that with the right policies and support, we can make our area better, deliver for people in it, and raise their incomes. I fully support the government's programme of infrastructure improvement, including major road, rail, broadband and mobile signal projects that we are promoting in the southwest, not least the dualling of the A303 and A358, which run through my constituency, so that we can regain our place as a key regional powerhouse
of economic growth in Britain, improve our productivity and enhance local people's incomes. Madam Deputy Speaker, my immediate predecessor, David Laws, worked hard, was polite and clear, and had a charming way, especially with older people in my constituency. He also took an interest in the young and recognised the dedication of our teachers to young people's progress, which is something I also hope to do. His dry economic views smoothed the way to formation of the coalition government in 2010, in which he served first as Chief Secretary to the Treasury and latterly as Education Minister. His voting support for that government and its policies was notable, and I thank him for his service. Madam Deputy Speaker, my final point is that I think we must reflect on why some have lost faith in our politics and try to put it right by our actions. We need in this place to be more thoughtful, more humble, never lose touch with the roots of trust of the people we represent, and never stop listening to them and their hopes. To speak in this chamber, the repository of so much human hope, past, future and present, is both thrilling and humbling, and it is this chamber's particular part in preserving that democratic humility that we should defend above all. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe our great poet T.S. Eliot, commemorated in Westminster Abbey but resting for eternity in a simple church of my constituency's parish, and poem of the same name, East Coker, put it very satisfactorily when he said, "Humility is endless."
Joe Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to make my first speech today, and congratulations on your election. I congratulate all the honourable members who have made their first speeches during today's debate, and I'm very pleased to follow the honourable member for Yeovil. The time constraints today mean we are short, but I hope we are also sweet. And as a new member, I would also like to thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and all the parliamentary staff for welcoming me and helping me settle in. Everyone has, without fail, been generous with their time and patience, and I'm very grateful for that. To represent the people of Cardiff Central is both a great privilege and a great responsibility. When I moved to live in Cardiff Central 26 years ago, little did I know that all those years later, my fellow residents would elect me and place their trust in me to be their first female Labour Member of Parliament and to be their strong voice in this place. I pay tribute to my predecessor, Jennifer Willett, who served Cardiff Central for 10 years as a backbencher, a government whip and as a minister. She became a visible advocate for working parents, and I wish Jenny and her young family well for the future. I also pay tribute to the last Labour MP for Cardiff Central, John Owen Jones. John served Cardiff Central for 13 years, including as a government minister. He still lives in the constituency and has been a source of kind support and wise advice. Cardiff Central is a very special place. Whilst we have 6 electoral communities, Adamsdown, Cathays, Kincoid, Pentwyn, Penallan and Plasnewydd, our Cardiff Central community is rich in history, diversity and culture. It has welcomed people from all over the world to learn, to work and to seek refuge, and we are very proud of our vibrant, cosmopolitan and inclusive community. From humble beginnings, a small Roman settlement on the site of what is now Cardiff Castle, Cardiff Central is at the heart of what is now a modern European capital city. We have grand civic buildings in Cathays Park, built by the Marquess of Bute, 3 universities, theatres and music venues, and the Royal Welsh College of Music and Drama, whose famous alumni include Oscar winner Sir Anthony Hopkins and the legendary Ruth Jones, who's better known as Nessa from Gavin and Stacey.
Tidy.
Alongside the world's oldest record shop, Spillers, which opened in 1894, and our beautiful Victorian shopping arcades, we have the famous Caroline Street, where early and late night city centre revellers enjoy our special Welsh delicacy of chicken curry, half and half. And we have the best sporting stadium in the world, the Millennium Stadium, where we will welcome the world this autumn for the 2015 Rugby World Cup. I can assure you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that however nervous I felt just before starting this speech, my nerves are nothing like those I experienced when watching my nation play in that stadium, a cauldron of noise and song with 75,000 other rugby fans. Now, today the subject matter of the debate is the economy. In Cardiff Central, people have not felt an economic recovery. Many experience a recovery that is fragile, and it is fragile because it is built on low-paid, insecure work. Many of my constituents work in the retail, care and hospitality sectors where insecure employment, zero-hours contracts and minimum wage work is the norm. And in order to build a strong economic recovery and to increase productivity, the answer does not lie in further weakening employment rights and protections. And it certainly does not lie in exiting the European Union, a move that would threaten jobs, businesses and cutting-edge research in our universities. Indeed, it threatens many universities' existence in Cardiff Central and beyond. It does lie in making employment more secure, in boosting wages and productivity and giving businesses and workers more certainty about their futures. And that includes a future in the European Union so that they feel confident in investing, spending and in job creation. And that is best done in partnership with trade unions and their members across the UK. It is what responsible, successful businesses do, and it is what a responsible government should do and promote, as the Labour government in Wales has done. Throughout the election, I campaigned on the need for inequality to be tackled head-on. Wealth inequality, social inequality and tax inequality. I will continue that campaign and be a strong voice for those people, all the people of Cardiff Central, and I look forward to working with everyone here.
Nicola Blackwood.
Madam Deputy Speaker, congratulations. As is already clear, you will find a warm welcome from all sides of the House because we know you as a champion of us backbenchers and we trust you. It is a pleasure to follow so many outstanding maiden speeches. Constituents across the country will be proud to see their choices vindicated today. But these speeches do take me back to my first days as an MP. When I was elected in 2010, hundreds of thousands of people had lost their jobs. For many more, the prospect of home ownership was a distant dream. Others struggled to make ends meet. Our first duty in coalition was to restore fiscal responsibility to our public finances, offering this country the economic security that underpins all other policy decisions. There is nothing compassionate about paying more in debt interest than you can afford to pay on education. And it is right that we finish the job now, because once you've balanced the books, you can target investment and create the climate for all parts of the UK to realise its full potential. Already, employment is at a record high and rising. In my constituency, youth unemployment has fallen by over 76%. But it is no good creating all these jobs if we don't offer the education and skills for local people to benefit. And it's no good funding millions of apprenticeships and university places if we aren't going to address skills shortages we face in engineering, nursing, construction and social care. I hope that the Full Employment and Welfare Benefits Bill reporting duties won't just be headline employment and apprenticeships figures, but that they will review a progress broken down by sector and set against skills demand, because that is the only way that we will deliver the sophisticated skills strategy that we need. Oxfordshire, for example, is amongst the top 5 innovation ecosystems in the world. Over 1,500 high-tech firms, from start-ups to global HQs. We're world leaders in life sciences, big physics and space. We employ over 43,000 people. Oxford has not only produced more than 50 Nobel laureates, but we are leaders in UK tech transfer. Oxford University generated the highest number of spin-outs from any UK university between 2010 and 2012. State-of-the-art facilities like the Diamond Synchrotron, the Culham Centre for Fusion Energy, and access to our hyper-skilled labour pool make us disproportionately attractive to tech industry. But even in Oxford, businesses struggle with the skills shortages, housing costs, and digital and physical infrastructure. These are the constraints we must overcome. The Chancellor has rightly zeroed in on weak productivity, but the British scientific community are the most productive in the world. With just over 3% of the world's R&D spending, we produce over 6% of the world's publication and 16% of the world's most cited papers. Our researchers translate funding into great science more effectively than anyone else. Yet despite recent increases, we still lag behind international competitors in terms of R&D investment, ranking only 12th in the EU for R&D investment. And commercialisation is another thing. Despite Innovate UK's excellent reputation, tech firms outside London speak of a chronic shortage of early-stage investment capital and a mismatch between longer lead-in times, especially for biotech, and the impatience of capital investors. Incentives for individual investors do de-risk investments, and we have a growing angel network in Oxford, but none of these are breakthrough throwing down the gauntlet to Silicon Valley solutions, and I hope that the Treasury will explore incentives for pension funds and insurance companies, those with long-term perspective, to invest directly into tech firms. Because globalisation means that a single disruptive technology can create a worldwide paradigm shift in what seems like an instant. Think Uber and taxis, Netflix and DVDs. Our STEM ecosystem needs to be the most agile and responsive in the world. In 5 years of representing what I consider to be the finest vertex of our golden triangle, I've learned a few things. Always go to a surgery prepared for an impromptu tutorial on wave-particle duality, and that we need to be developing a policy for our STEM ecosystem as a coherent whole. We've come closest to this with our growth deals, and that's why in Oxford we're particularly excited about the genuinely transformative possibilities of our cities and local government devolution bill. And we feel that if Cambridge has been granted devolved powers to retain business rates, we should have those powers too. It will be deeply disappointing if, in his efforts to rebalance the economy, the Chancellor overlooks counties which already power the economy but still have much more to give. The exam question should not be, are you doing okay, but how much better could you be doing? And just as the education bill will tackle both failing and coasting schools, so this government programme should be to unlock the full potential of every local economy and community in Great Britain.
Jim Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate you on your election. You and I have known each other for many, many years, so it's a pleasure, to say the least, to serve under your stewardship in the chair. Having said that, I noticed that Disraeli has been quoted today in the chamber by a number of speakers, but Disraeli had something else to say when we talked about one nation. And one of the things that Disraeli did say was, if the Tory party is nothing else, it is organised hypocrisy. I noticed that wasn't quoted today. But nevertheless, I think the government and the Chancellor, when the Chancellor opened the debate today, he still didn't explain to us where exactly they were going to make the 12 billion in welfare cuts. And I think they owe us an answer to that, particularly people who are winding up or going to wind up the debate. I notice as well that they're going to try and find 7 billion in tax cuts. Well, we're all for tax cuts, but the needy shouldn't suffer as a result of that. And as somebody said earlier on in the debate today, one of the growing industries in this country is obviously food banks. And there's a lot of truth in that. And I was amazed to find out fairly recently in Coventry, something like 18,000 people now are using food banks. We also have a situation in this country where many people are on low, and you might argue, poverty wages, and they've got to use benefits. That's quite an indictment. Never mind the arguments, and we've rehearsed them in the last Parliament, about zero-hour contracts. That's another scandal. It might suit some people, but it doesn't suit the majority of people who want to own their own homes. When this government over here talks about a property-owning democracy, what chance have those people got of getting on the housing ladder when they get poverty wages, or if they're on zero-hour contracts where they cannot get a mortgage? That's something this government should answer for as well. Having said that, we've rehearsed the argument many, many times in relation to who was responsible for the deficit. Well, the thinking public out there and the world at large out there knows the deficit, if we want to put it that way, the economic crisis actually started in America with Lehman Brothers, and somebody earlier on today mentioned Lehman Brothers, so I don't want to rehearse that argument too much. It's also been claimed that the manufacturing recovery in the West Midlands somehow has just happened under this government. I sometimes wonder about this government when they say the bad things happened under Labour, but the good things happened under us. It sounds like Pol Pot about 35 years ago in Cambodia, when the bad things happen before their time and the good things happened after their time. And we all know what Pol Pot was like and where he ended up at the end of the day. Having said that, there has, certainly in terms of Coventry, and certainly in terms of the economic recovery, Jaguar Land Rover and Tata and the buyer actually started before this government came to power. Let's be quite clear about that. And the jobs that it's created ever since. Equally, we had Advantage West Midlands that created the infrastructure for Anstey Park. Now government ministers rush up to Anstey Park because a lot of industries are now relocating there. The latest one is obviously the one in Cambridgeshire called London taxis. We've also now local government in the past has once again been in the experimental stage with this government and previous Conservative governments, because you'll remember previous Conservative governments abolished the rating system and introduced the poll tax, but they also introduced metropolitan authorities. The next Conservative government came into power and abolished it. Now, local authority leaders, certainly in the West Midlands, will be involved and have been involved with the Chancellor in negotiations to create a greater authority in the West Midlands with an elected mayor. Now, most people in the West Midlands would object to an elected mayor. I'm not involved in the discussions or the negotiations that the Chancellor had on Monday, but certainly it seems that the Chancellor is claiming he got a mandate in the general election to make these changes. I, for one, will be watching the situation very, very carefully, but one thing is very important. Coventry must not lose its identity, but obviously we would cooperate in an economic sense if it's beneficial to Coventry. But I rather suspect it's a smokescreen for further local government cuts. And when the thing doesn't work out, they'll blame local government again, so they're not taking local democracy back to local government. They're actually taking it away, as they did in the past with the creation of the metropolitan councils. So I know there's a lot of people who want to follow me. They've been here all day. I'm near the end of my time anyway. So once again, thanks very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Nigel Huddleston.
Madam Deputy Speaker, congratulations and thank you for allowing me to make my maiden speech during this important debate on the economy. It's a privilege to follow the Honourable Member for Coventry South, and I congratulate all the previous speakers who've made their maiden speeches today and set the bar so very high for the rest of us to follow. Thank you for that. I would like to begin by paying tribute to my predecessor for Mid Worcestershire, Sir Peter Love. Peter was first elected to this place in 1992 as the MP for Worcester, following in the footsteps of another very respected member, Peter Walker. Peter Love was a whip, a former chair of the Business Select Committee and the Agriculture Select Committee, and of course was a Defence Minister in the last government. Peter leaves a great legacy in Worcestershire. He fought for significant improvements to local infrastructure, including the new Worcestershire Parkway station, which will open in 2017. And he worked hard to preserve and restore local heritage assets such as Hartlebury Castle, Droitwich Canals and the Regal Cinema. I will strive to serve the kind and generous constituents of Mid Worcestershire as well as Peter did. I am fortunate, Madam Deputy Speaker, to represent one of the most idyllic constituencies in the country. A drive through Mid Worcestershire is a wonderful experience, starting from Broadway, the gateway to the Cotswolds in the south, through the gently undulating landscape of the Vale of Evesham, past fields of asparagus, plum and apple orchards, and greenhouses full of fragrant and beautiful flowers. One continues north, passing the Worcester Warriors Rugby Stadium, towards the historic town of Droitwich Spa and on to Ombersley and Hartlebury in the north. On the journey, one will pass through many quintessentially English villages, with splendid names like Upton Snodsbury, Flyford Flavel, and my children's favourite, Wyre Piddle. I'm also proud of the links between my constituency and this place via Simon de Montfort of de Montfort Parliament fame. And in August this year, we will commemorate the 750th anniversary of the Battle of Evesham, where Simon de Montfort was killed. Madam Deputy Speaker, the experiences of the last few weeks have taught us all in this place there is no such thing as a safe seat in modern British politics. But Mid Worcestershire is about as true blue Tory as you can get, having returned a Conservative member in every election since 1837. Apart from once in 1880, when a Liberal was returned as the MP for Evesham by 2 votes. But recognising that this result was transparently an error, a petition was lodged, the result was voided, and a Conservative was returned instead. I like the precedent. Madam Deputy Speaker, having spent the last several years working for one of the leading technology companies in the world, it will be no surprise that in this place I wish to be an advocate for technology and the digital era. Despite the fact I may be reading from a piece of paper. Ignore that for the moment. The UK's digital economy is vital. It employs more than 1.5 million people and is growing at double the rate of GDP. We can be proud that the UK is one of the most advanced digital economies in the world, and I know this government is absolutely committed to making sure it continues to be so. The other sector I wish to champion in this place is travel and tourism. Again, one of the fastest growing sectors of the British economy. Since 2010, 1 in 3 of all new jobs have been in the travel hospitality space, and tourism overall contributes more than £127 billion, a staggering number, to the UK economy, and employs more than 3 million people, including many in my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, finally, we all know that you can only have good public services if you have a strong economy that generates the taxes to pay for them. That is why it is vital that we continue to support business, support job creation, and thereby supporting workers and their families. That is what I am here to do. That is what this Queen's speech and this government will deliver.
Roger Mullen.
Madam Deputy Speaker, many congratulations from the Scottish benches at your election. In February 1974, I first stood for this Parliament. It's been a rather long campaign, but here I am, representing that wonderful constituency of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath. At the 2010 election, former Prime Minister Gordon Brown had a majority of 23,000. I stand here today with a majority of some 10,000. An indication surely of a desire for change, not just in my constituency, but this has been mirrored the length and breadth of Scotland about the need for change.
Hear, hear.
It's fitting in these occasions, of course, to recognise the work of the previous Member of Parliament. Gordon Brown was a giant in Labour Party politics and in British politics. He went on to become Chancellor of the Exchequer and of Prime Minister, a very distinguished career which I pay tribute to. There are many issues where we disagreed, but I'm sure the whole House will follow me in wishing him the very best for his future, and particularly look forward to the work he intends doing internationally amongst the poorest countries in the world to bring education to the most disadvantaged. Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath is a constituency of many parts. Some of our communities, including Cowdenbeath, Lochgelly, Kelty, Lochore, Ballingry, Crosshill and the delightful Lumfinnins, were hewn out of the very mines of the Scottish coalfields. That mining industry may have gone, but the strength of the community built by those miners is still there, although for the last 30 years or more they have been suffering from political and economic neglect, such that I will have to begin to do my very best to address. In other parts of the constituency, from Dysart, you can meander down the coast through Kirkcaldy, Kinghorn, Aberdour and to the more modern Dalgety Bay, and gaze across the River Forth to Edinburgh. This is the coastal stretch that was a favourite of Adam Smith, that much misquoted father of economics. He would often walk this way and contemplate the great philosophical questions of the day. And as he did so, he would look at the impressive European trading ships that would sail up and down the Forth, providing that strong economic and social link to the many great nations of the continent. Standing on the shores of Scotland, He saw the importance of international trade and of a European outlook. His perspective then, in the 18th century, challenges us all today to be just as outward-looking and imaginative as he was in his time. He knew, too, there was no centre of internationalism. It is something to be sought in the minds and the deeds of people. Whether you live in a great city or a great land, or in a small seaside town on the northern shores of Scotland, you can be international. He knew, too, of problems. And as I look across at these benches, I see many problems. If I just point out one thing where I would share the view with Adam Smith, he could see very readily that when you looked on people with power and with riches, it was no protection against small-mindedness. Turning to other matters, I was very impressed by the very recent OECD report outlining the fact that excessive inequality is bad for growth. To talk of inequality is not to engage in the politics of envy. Rather, it is to engage in a debate about economic failure and missed opportunities. To finish with a quote from Adam Smith: "No society can surely be flourishing and happy of which the greater part of the members are poor and miserable."
Kevin Hollenrick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, congratulations on your election. My honourable friend, I speak to you as one of the problems from the other side of the House. Congratulations on a fine opening speech. I stand before you today not as someone who has long pursued a career in politics, but as someone who was inspired many years ago to make the most of my life. My parents were decent, hard-working people who worked every hour God sent to build something for themselves and, more importantly, for their children. They talked to me about making your own way, but also about helping people along the way. Now, the keener observers amongst you will notice that I'm a little bit older than some of my young, vibrant colleagues.
Nonsense. Rubbish.
23 years building a business is responsible for that. But I'm older, but certainly no wiser. My new colleagues, I believe, are of a very high calibre. They're also from a very diverse range of backgrounds, careers and experiences. And it strikes at the very heart of the myth that the Conservative Party is a party of privilege. May I pay tribute to my predecessor, Anne McIntosh. She worked so hard. She was a great champion of the farming industry. She did an excellent job as the chair of the Select Committee. She was a strong voice and a willing and active participant in this chamber. It is, of course, a huge honour to represent Thirsk and Malton, a place I have lived all my life. It's a place of distinct and stunning scenery. From Filey with its immaculate gardens and broad, smooth beaches, picture postcard villages, market towns, Malton, the racing's northern home, and Yorkshire's food capital. Thirsk, the real-life home of James Herriot, the place of Thomas Lord, who set up Lord's Cricket Club, the MCC, and Pickering, the gateway to the heather-scented North York Moors, and Easingwold, my hometown, the place I was brought up. In short, God's own county. And the true and original country of the White Rose. We're all here to represent our constituencies, to get the best deal. But in my experience, you cannot win if the other side loses. It only breeds resentment, division and future conflict. I come to this House wanting a fair deal for our farmers, our businesses, our councils, our schools and our hospitals. I also want to help to build a fairer society and a fairer deal for the North and particularly for North Yorkshire. The vibrancy of our economy is critical. Never forget that everything here is provided by business people who go out and take risks, work twice the hours for half the money, put their life savings on the line. More often than not, they will never see that again. Ronald Reagan once said that virtually all our economic growth is achieved by entrepreneurs and their small businesses. I've heard a lot of talk about productivity over the last couple of weeks in this chamber, and the way to increase productivity is to increase competition. We must make it easier and more rewarding to start a business and invest. And you don't help the poor by destroying the rich. As our economy grows, the benefit should be felt by everyone. Over time, I believe we should work with business and work towards bringing in a living wage so everybody gets a decent standard of living. I welcome the government's drive to cut red tape and that governments should do less, not more, but they must keep stable conditions in our economy. I also welcome this government's programme of investment in our railways, in our roads, and I would certainly welcome investment in the A64 in our neck of the woods. It's a huge bottleneck to investment and an accident black spot. If the price of devolution to North Yorkshire is a metro mayor, then I will pay that price. And one of the most important things we need is rural broadband and better mobile phone coverage. We heard talk about 4G and 5G. Where I live, 1G as a result. Leaves many businesses at a disadvantage. Local businesses compete locally, but also nationally, internationally, and we need to give them a level playing field. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to be here. I will work tirelessly and to the best of my ability, and always on behalf of the people who put me in my place.
Louise Hay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to make my maiden speech today, and may I add my congratulations on your re-election. It is a great pleasure to speak after so many distinguished colleagues who have done their constituents proud in this debate. And I am incredibly proud to be the youngest Labour MP currently serving in the House of Commons. It is often claimed that young people are apathetic or disengaged, but the young people I campaigned with and for in this election were far from apathetic. They were angry and let down because they felt they didn't have a voice. Young people have been underrepresented in this chamber for too long, but it is clear that this is changing on all sides of the House, and it is a great honour to be part of the most diverse Parliament ever. As the fourth Labour member to represent Sheffield Heeley, it is also a great privilege to succeed Meg Munn, who served in this House for 14 years. She was renowned for her assiduous pursuit in promoting women's issues, particularly in STEM industries, and for building on her extensive experience as a social worker before entering this House to highlight child protection issues and improved rights for young carers. These are her very proud legacy. Like Meg, I was born and raised in Sheffield, the very heart of God's own county, a city renowned for its industrial heritage and now the greenest city in the UK, with more trees per person than any other city in Europe. My constituency boasts a number of beautiful parklands, from Graves Park past Heeley City Farm and Heeley Development Trust to Richmond and Norfolk Parks, all of which not only provide precious and much-loved green space, but are also important community hubs, providing childcare and family activities, as well as adult education and training opportunities. Colleagues may know that, like Rome, Sheffield is built on 7 hills, which means that areas of my constituency command spectacular views of the rest of Sheffield and surrounding Peak District. But it also means that the inequality that scars our great city can be viewed in sharp relief. Young people who live at the top of hills in Gleadless Valley and Arbourthorne can look down on the 2 world-leading universities we host, universities that they have been priced out of. They can look down on the dwindling industrial bases that their parents and grandparents would have been proud to work in, but which no longer create the jobs they desperately need. And they can look across to the west of Sheffield, where a baby girl can expect to live almost 10 years longer than another born and living her life about 4 miles away, by virtue of nothing more than her socio-economic circumstances and the area she was born into. Our duty to our constituents is one that we share in all parts of the House, and the inequality that scars Sheffield, like so much of our nation, is something that I know we will all aspire to eradicate. Before I entered this place, I worked in the City of London, and it is that experience which motivated me to run for Parliament. I know from my time there that it makes a valuable contribution to our economy, but I also know that the culture and the attitudes inherent there have been unaffected by the events of the last 8 years. The culture of excessive pay, short-termism and cavalier risk-taking has been demonstrated only last week with yet another case of libel fixing. Whilst our constituents remain worse off as a continued result of the financial crisis, again, I know this is something we will all aspire to solve. It was disappointing, therefore, to hear very little in the gracious address on how we can reform the financial system. Given the consequences of the weak recovery will be familiar to all of us, low wages, poor productivity and insecure work, it is incumbent on all of us to address why our financial system is not providing the long-term investment we need in cities like Sheffield. Being literally the greenest city in the UK is not enough. This must be at the heart of our industrial strategy and economic policy. If we are to secure a sustainable economy that delivers benefits for all, we must transform the way our economy works, incentivising investment in green, productive industries and penalising those short-term industries and practices that have done our society and economy such harm. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have waited in Sheffield Heeley too long for change. My predecessor's predecessor, Bill Mickey, in his maiden speech in 1983, 4 years before I was born, spoke about the plight of the long-term unemployed, the young people out of work, the educational inequalities and the lack of investment in my constituency, problems which pervade to this day. Change for the very vulnerable, the low-paid and all working people is long overdue, and we face a very clear choice in this Parliament: to continue down the same economic path that has entrenched inequality and embedded vested interests, or to stand for a system that will protect the vulnerable, reward working people and create a fairer society so that my successor doesn't have to repeat the same tired list of issues in another generation's time.
Yeah. Simon Hall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a great pleasure to be called to speak in this final day of the debate on the gracious speech. But that pleasure is increased in doing so representing from these benches the constituency of North Dorset. North Dorset is probably, and I will not give way to anybody on this point, probably the most beautiful constituency certainly in England. At its heart is the Blackmore Vale, made famous in the writings of Thomas Hardy. The village of Marnell, where my children attend school, is very much the centre of the whole story of Tess of the D'Urbervilles. And who will ever forget the great scene where Tess sees Angel Clare country dancing on the village green? I note, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there is no all-party parliamentary group for country dancing. The House will be pleased to know I'm not proposing that we set one up. The constituency of North Dorset, Madam Deputy Speaker, has been represented by some colourful characters over the years. A polar explorer, a former chairman of Crufts, the dog show, that is, I presume, and also a Loch Ness researcher. I don't know if he ever found the Loch Ness monster, but I'd just say to the benches opposite, that is not an invitation to field an SNP candidate at the next general election. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an important debate, and it's one which my predecessor took great interest in, and that was Robert Walter. Robert served North Dorset for 18 years, filling a number of roles in this House, but I think probably more importantly, deciding that his commitment to democracy and how he wanted to see the Eastern Bloc and Europe flourish took him into the realms of the Interparliamentary Union, and a huge amount of very good work that he did there during his years as a Member of Parliament, and we wish him well in his next turn of career. That said, he never ever neglected his constituents, and I lost track of the amount of times, Madam Deputy Speaker, when somebody who I would knock on the door when canvassing said, I will always vote Conservative because of what Mr Walter did 10, 15 years ago. Those are big shoes to fill. It's a legacy I hope to continue. We wish him and his wife Faraday well. And whilst on the subject of Faraday, he was a man who liked to do things first time, and he was the first member of this House who had a Muslim wedding service here in the Palace of Westminster. The economy of North Dorset is growing. Our employment rates are going up, but there is still fragility there. And a number of honourable colleagues on this side of the House have referred to some of those issues which hold back what in my sector of the constituency are not small to medium-sized businesses, but micro to small businesses. We do not have a particularly good coverage of mobile phone signals, nor indeed broadband, as referenced by my honourable friend, the member for Thirsk and Moulton. Those are things which I campaigned on during the general election and which I will be pressing DCMS and other ministers to deliver on in order to deliver those opportunities for local businesses to grow and expand. The constituency wants to do well. It wants to see investment, and I am going to be a champion for it. We need, like many other quarters of the country, investment in our road infrastructure. I refer particularly to the A350 and the C13. When I was selected, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was asked if I would be joining the 1933 group. And I sort of slightly said, well, I think we all joined the 1922. And she said, no, the 1933. And I thought this lady was just a little bit confused about the antiquities of the Conservative Parliamentary Party. She was actually referring to the local action group set up in 1933, which argued for the Melbury Abbas bypass. It may very well be, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in my time in this House we are able to deliver it. The gracious speech put at the heart of this government's programme a commitment to growth and a commitment to entrepreneurialism, and that is something which I want to champion during the years that I am here. The people of Dorset are welcoming. They want the constituency to do well. I'd invite members of the House to come to visit Hardy Country. It is a growing area for tourism, for agriculture, and our agricultural economy is probably the largest in the constituency. And I again will be looking to colleagues from the front bench, from DEFRA, to make sure that we are doing all that we can as a government to combat things like bovine TB and to ensure stability in the dairy sector. There is a lot to do, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have the honour to play a part in helping North Dorset thrive. I look forward to it.
Margaret Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and could I congratulate you and your colleagues on your re-election to your position. I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate today on the Queen's speech, which focuses on the future and in particular the economy. And I would also want to congratulate all those members on both sides of the House who made their maiden speeches today. I have to say that with the grand claims we have heard from the Government, both from before the general election and since, about a long-term economic plan that is working, one would be forgiven for thinking that we're in the midst of some kind of economic miracle in the UK. The truth, however, is that we are not experiencing any kind of economic miracle, and that the recovery, such as it is, remains fragile. We still have record debt, notwithstanding the fact that the Chancellor announced today that departments will be expected to make further savings in terms of asset sales, and also that the Government is selling off their ownership of Royal Mail, something which I regret and I believe will impact on service delivery to people in terms of postal services right throughout the UK. We still have that record debt, which, despite years of austerity, is still rising, and we have not had sufficient growth to improve the fundamental economic ratios. The Government points to its records on job creation, which at a superficial level looks impressive, record numbers of people at work. But if we're honest, many of the new jobs are insecure and low paid, and many people are doing more work simply running to stand still. They're not feeling more well off because they're not becoming better off. The new jobs are not driving economic growth or strengthening their economy because they're low-value added, low productivity. In fact, the Governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, has recently highlighted the fundamental importance of raising productivity and diplomatically reminded us of the real government failure in this area of economic policy. And in fact, the failure in productivity is symptomatic of a wider failure to use more imaginatively the economic levers available to government. Instead of focusing on austerity and cuts, the government could do more to stimulate the economic activity in those sectors which can yield an immediate contribution to growth and prosperity. And I believe that the necessary stimulus can come from greater fiscal creativity, smarter application of taxation, and one such area is in that labour-intensive industry of tourism. And I firmly believe that the Chancellor and the front-bench Treasury team should give longer and deeper consideration to lowering VAT on tourism for all of the UK. I represent a constituency where tourism is a principal economic driver. Only last week we held and we hosted the Irish Open, which had 20,000 visitors on each day, who not only came to witness golf and our great golfers both on the island of Ireland but here from Britain and elsewhere, including the guy from Denmark who won, but also were able to get outside the ropes and sample our local hospitality in terms of restaurants and eateries and what was available in terms of our tourism offering. But to do that more successfully, I think the government needs to lower that taxation level. And in fact, we in Northern Ireland, and particularly in my own constituency, have a land border with the south of Ireland, which has a tax VAT rate of 9%, which has been that position for the last number of years, notwithstanding their austerity measures. But we have a taxation rate in terms of VAT of 20%. It has become increasingly difficult to be competitive in such a world. So I would ask the government, along with other my honourable friends on this side, and some new honourable members, to give that matter due consideration, because I believe that fiscal flexibility would help us in those difficult regions in terms of bringing better economic prosperity. Thank you.
Edward Arger.
I am very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to deliver my maiden speech following such distinguished contributions, including that of the Honourable Member for South Down, and in my seat to follow such an illustrious predecessor in representing such a beautiful part of the country. First elected to represent Loughborough in 1979, becoming the member for Charnwood in 1997, following the seat's creation, Stephen Dorrell served for an astonishing 36 years in this House. Upon his election, he was the baby of the House and was often described as permanently boyish, a trait that sadly, as honourable members will see, I fear eluded my grasp many years ago. Stephen served in a string of offices from Whip to the Cabinet. His commitment to serving his constituents was formidable, and the respect in which he is held locally never ceased to be apparent to me as I campaigned. But the man is so much more than a list of offices held. He was once described in The Guardian as exuding sweet reasonableness and being recognisably a member of the human race. He combined this with intellectual rigour, diligence and genuine decency. While I may not be able to emulate his length of service or swift progression through ministerial ranks, I will continuously strive to emulate his values, his humanity and his hard work. While a relatively new seat, Charnwood is in the ancient heart of our great country, sandwiched between Leicester and Loughborough. It also, in its short history, has a strong tradition of re-electing its member, something I hope will continue. It is, Madam Deputy Speaker, a mixed, beautiful but oddly shaped constituency, curving around Leicester from Glenfield and Leicester Forest East in the west, in a large arc to the rural villages of Barkby, Beeby and South Croyston in the east, taking in historic Kirby Muxloe with its castle, Groeby and Anstey, reputedly the furthest point south reached by part of Bonnie Prince Charlie's Scottish army before its swift retreat back north. Through picture book rural villages like Woodhouse Eaves, passing Bradgate Park containing the ruins of Lady Jane Grey's family estate and the ancient Charnwood Forest. Heading east, we pass through Cropston, Swithlam, Rothley and Mount Sorrel with Thurmaston and Bursall to the south before reaching Syston, the home of pucker pies. And I fear that my post-election figure suggests I've taken my support of local industry a little bit too far. And finally, we reach Queniborough, East Goscott and the rural Iddle, typified by villages such as Cossington, Seagrave, Thrussington, Rearsbury and Barkby, where, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the summer approaching and the nights getting shorter, not, I hasten to add, a reference to my constituency neighbour, the Right Honourable Member for Rutland and Melton. many a sunny evening can be spent at the excellent Barkby United Village Cricket Ground. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the past 5 years, the Chancellor has already laid the strong economic foundations for creating the one nation we all aspire to. Now, with the proposals in the gracious speech, we will make that a reality for everyone in this country. And I look forward to being in my place to support him in doing this. Charnwood is a success story and has achieved much since 2010. It is a constituency blessed with extremely high ownership rate, low unemployment and successful businesses, although there is always more to do. But that success doesn't just happen. That it does happen is down to the hard work of the people of Charnwood, the sort of people who are the backbone of this country, working hard, doing the right thing, building a better future for themselves and their family. Exactly the people that this government is pledged to continue to support with our focus on opportunity and aspiration. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will always fight for my constituents and constituency, for example, continuing to campaign for fairer funding for my county of Leicestershire and for its schools. But there are a number of broader causes which I will particularly seek to champion in this House. While we have in recent years made significant progress, we still need to continue to go further in vigorously and energetically focusing on improving dementia care and mental health provision. Both are causes on which I will be vocal. I will not, I fear, be able to emulate the moving eloquence of my honourable and gallant friend, the member for Plymouth Moor View, on this subject, but he will always find me shoulder to shoulder with him in his commitment to improve this country's mental health care for children and adults and in giving a voice to those whose cause is too often not heard. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am here to represent the whole community in my constituency, but particularly those on the fringes of our society who may not have the voice or ability to speak up for themselves. Every day I will strive to help build that one nation the Prime Minister has spoken about and in which I passionately believe. And every day I will humbly endeavour to repay the honour and trust that the people of Charnwood have placed in me.
Order. I'm sorry that it has not been possible to call time today for every new colleague who sought to make their maiden speech. But I hope that you will all be reassured by the thought that if you have sat here all day partaking in this excellent and important debate, that should you seek to catch Mr. Speaker's eye again in the near future, you will be looked upon favourably. Mr. Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Congratulations to you. And as you've said, we've had a good debate this afternoon, and the debate has demonstrated the seriousness and commitment with which members on our side of the chamber are ready to take up our duties as an opposition. It's been widely acknowledged in this debate that my right honourable friend, the former leader of our party, made a fine and powerful contribution in his speech, especially welcome for being so soon after our bruising election defeat. And he took the topic of One Nation, which was the theme of his leadership, as well in his speech, drawing attention to the problem of rising inequality across Western democracies, the rungs of the ladder getting further apart, and reminding the Prime Minister of his commitment in 2006 to addressing relative poverty. And I think the whole House will look forward to him developing those ideas in the months ahead. We've had, Madam Deputy Speaker, valuable contributions from all sides of the House. I particularly congratulate everyone who's made their maiden speech today, the honourable members for Bexhill and Battle, South East Cambridgeshire, Glasgow South West, Horsham, Cannock Chase, Greenwich and Woolwich, Cardiff Central, Mid Worcestershire, Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, Thirsk and Moulton, Sheffield Heeley, North Dorset and Charnwood. I congratulate each of those speakers, members who've spoken. I wish them well for their membership of this House, and I think the whole House will look forward to hearing more from each of them in the years ahead. At the heart of this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the security of working families. Many families feel deeply insecure at the moment in ways spelt out in a fine maiden speech by my honourable friend, the member for Greenwich and Woolwich. How is the programme that's been announced going to affect them? Well, we've yet to hear clear answers from the government on how it plans to strengthen the foundations of our economy so that we can deal with the deficit, control social security costs and secure better living standards and a better future for the working people of Britain. My honourable friend, the member for Nottingham East, began by highlighting the fragility of our economic recovery. Productivity continues to stagnate, leaving output per worker far behind that of comparable advanced economies, a point highlighted by the honourable member for Dundee in his speech. The right honourable member for Rushcliffe was right to point out the fact that employers are struggling to find at the moment people with the right skills for the jobs that they have. Many employees have roles that don't make full use of their talents and potential, and we've heard a great deal in the debate about the grave challenges around infrastructure and the need for more progress. Those underlying weaknesses will make it harder to get the public finances in order and to get social security spending under control. And fragility in the economy translates into insecurity for working families. Working families have seen their living standards go backwards over recent years, still worrying about whether they'll be able to keep on top of their bills. Working families struggling to balance the demands of work with the rising cost of childcare, who wonder if the NHS is still going to be there for them when they need it in the future, who want their children to have a decent career and a realistic prospect of getting on the housing ladder. Too many at the moment stuck in low-paid, insecure work, a growing number depending on housing benefit to make ends meet. And those families all want to know what difference the measures in this Queen's speech will make to them. And there are welcome commitments in some areas. Questions remain about how some of them are going to be paid for. But I think it's what's been left out that gives the greatest cause for concern. Actions not taken, details not provided, that make many families at the moment less secure and fearing for the future. We all support any cut in taxes for low-paid workers, but we need as well a serious plan to tackle low pay and boost wages for the majority by raising investment. As my honourable friend for Cardiff Central pointed out in her excellent speech, the honourable member for Thirsk and Moulton also rightly called for the adoption of a living wage around the UK. We need to raise the levels of skills and productivity across the economy, securing sustainable tax revenues, reducing reliance on in-work benefits. It was disappointing to have sprung on the House this afternoon, without any proper detail or explanation, a series of spending cuts in the Chancellor by his speech. There's a press release that outlines what they are, but without any proper information. We should have had a proper statement so the House could scrutiny what these cuts are. But they include a significant cut, for example, in the skills budget. We'll welcome any help for working parents with childcare, but I think families can be forgiven for believing that when they see it after 5 years in which it's become harder, not easier, to access or afford the childcare that they need. And there's a worry that proposals in the Queen's speech are likely to result in fewer affordable homes rather than more, and bigger housing benefit bills for taxpayers. Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain only succeeds when working people succeed. Hard work should be rewarded, prosperity shared, and we should protect the most vulnerable. Those elements, vital for our society, need to be underpinned by a strong social security net. We are, on this side of the House, supporting the work that local authorities are doing under the government's Troubled Families programme, but we're aware that a majority of those families still have nobody in work, and the work programme isn't doing enough to help them. We'll be glad to see additional money fund for apprenticeships. We've made clear for our support for the principle of a benefit cap to ensure people are better off in work, and reforms for young people to ensure they are earning or learning and don't become caught in a benefit system that at the moment does too little to improve their skills and prospects. Well, we're going to scrutinise
I hesitate to interrupt the honourable gentleman. There is no heckling or bad behaviour going on, but an awful lot of private conversations. The honourable gentleman has a difficult job to do. He should be given peace to do it. Mr Timms.
We're going to scrutinise, Madam Deputy Speaker, those proposals with great care. Well-meaning rhetoric on apprenticeships needs to be matched by action on the quality as well as the quantity of the apprenticeships being created. And when changing rules on benefits for 18 to 21-year-olds, we're going to look very carefully at the safeguards for vulnerable young people that those will include. And we need to make sure that reducing the benefit cap doesn't end up costing more than it saves. But those measures amount to only a fraction of the £12 billion reduction in social security spending the government has promised. We want to see savings where savings can sensibly be made, and we've argued consistently for keeping the system affordable, and that requires a readiness to take tough decisions on low priority spending alongside action to tackle the underlying drivers of rising benefit bills, such as low pay and high housing costs. But the unwillingness or inability of ministers to explain to this House or to the public how they intend to make the reductions they've set out is only adding to the insecurity felt by millions of working families today. There'll be widespread relief that the Prime Minister reportedly has overruled the Secretary of State on child benefit, but working families need to know if the tax credits or other in-work benefits they depend on are going to be taken away. The Prime Minister yesterday declined my invitation to reaffirm his election campaign commitment that benefits for disabled people are safe. The Institute for Fiscal Studies says it will be virtually impossible to achieve a £12 billion saving without hitting low-income working families very hard. To assure those who are clearly too sick or not well enough to work that support for disabled people and their carers will be protected, we do need reassurance this evening from the Secretary of State when he gets to his feet in a moment, because government failures in this area, the failure of the rushed and ill-prepared incapacity benefit reassessment exercise, the failures of the employment of the work programme for people in receipt of employment and support allowance, those between them mean the government is spending nearly £5 billion more this year on employment and support allowance than it forecast 5 years ago. A very serious failure indeed. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we heard a Queen's speech 5 years ago which promised to simplify the benefit system in order to improve work incentives. A worthy aim, but one where there's been very little progress since then. And my honourable friend, the member for Bishop Auckland, touched on the problems with the IT for universal credit. In 2011, the Secretary of State told us universal credit would be complete in 6 years. Now he's telling us it'll be complete in another 6 years. In 4 years, completion has slipped by 4 years. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will continue on this side of the House to stand up and speak for the working people of this country who've endured years of falling living standards and economic uncertainty, now need assurances and action from this government to promote their security, secure their finances and the public services they rely on which all our futures will depend.
Secretary of State, Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I start by congratulating you on returning to your position? And can I say it's a pleasure to conclude this debate in the gracious speech. I'm conscious we haven't got a huge amount of time, and I do want to congratulate honourable members and right honourable members on both sides of the House for their contributions, particularly those who have made maiden speeches, and I want to come back to those in a little more detail. And also, I would like to come back to a few comments from the earlier speech and the member of Doncaster Central. I think I have a few tips for him. North, I beg your pardon. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are elected and in power now, and I remind my colleagues this, that a month ago, pollsters, as the excellent speech my right honourable friend, the First Secretary and also Chancellor of the Exchequer made earlier on, we defied expectation and we were elected to govern with a majority government, and we intend to govern just like that. And we were elected to continue the long-term economic plan, continue with our welfare reforms, which have seen employment rates at record highs, number of main out-of-work benefits down by 1 million since 2010, workless household rates and levels at record lows, and we also will carry out our work on repairing the economy, reducing the deficit and creating jobs. This is our purpose and we will stick to it. Now let me just pick up on a few of the speeches, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is normal for someone who is winding up like myself. When I first start with the right honourable gentleman, I feel like I'm the only one in the House that understands where he is. All I can say to him is that, as he knows, as I mentioned earlier on, I won some money on him when he became the leader. 2 years out, I put a bet on him, and I never felt I was wrong. Whatever else the British public and others may have decided, I've always felt, and I've told him this, that he is a decent man, highly intelligent, motivated to serve the British people and his constituents, and I felt that today his speech showed the best of him, and I hope that notwithstanding after what happens in leadership elections that follow, where somehow there's a collective amnesia amongst some of his closest colleagues as to who was actually in the room when policy decisions were made, he may feel that he feels like he was the only man sitting there now, but that gets lost, so that short-term memory may be one thing, but I say simply to him that their short-term memory does not mean to say that he should have anything less than a long-term political career. I sense the best is yet to be. And can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there are a number of really, really good maiden speeches on our side, and I'll try to get as many as I possibly can, because it's exactly what I think we should do. Can I recommend the speech of the Honourable Member for Bexhill and Battle? Where is he now? He's sitting in his seat. He took his task of recommending his constituency incredibly well, but he made an incredibly fluent speech, I felt, even though he strayed back to 1066 to draw upon his predecessors. He nonetheless made a powerful speech about getting the economy right and doing it always through social justice, and I recommend him for that, to stay with that idea through further. Can I say that my honourable friend, the member for South East Cambridgeshire, made a really interesting speech. I think she upset some of the members opposite when she referred to her predecessor, but many, one Cromwell, who found a solution, she said, to the West Lothian question, which may not be one that we would necessarily wish to pursue today, but she spoke foul on education and the Irish problem too, although some may say he made it worse. May I say that my honourable friend, the member for Horsham, spoke movingly about his predecessor, our friend Francis Maude, who did serve diligently, but was always reminded that he was the one that signed the Maastricht Treaty. Everybody else apparently had a medical appointment on that particular day, but he will go far. Can I say that my honourable friend, the member for Cannock Chase, showed her business prowess and brings that experience to this House, which will be very welcome. But I do offer her one little bit of advice, as she comes from Cannock Chase. make sure she doesn't do any fancy dress. It doesn't help prospects. May I say to my honourable friend, the member for Yeovil, who made an excellent speech and talked about transport infrastructure and quoted T.S. Eliot on humanity. I actually think that he will go far. It was a very powerful speech, and I recommend it to those who want to read it. The member for Mid Worcestershire paid a powerful tribute to our old friend Peter Luff and talk about his virtues of service and those that he intends to follow. My honourable friend, the member for Thirsk and Malton, made a strong tribute to Anne McIntosh, who served both in the European Parliament and here with great distinction, and many of us who are her friends feel that she has yet still more to do, and I recommend her that. But the business experience he spoke about, his own, is most needed in this House, and no matter what his age is, and I have to say he looks pretty young from me, he will go far with that experience and he should use it. The member for North Dorset, my honourable friend, spoke movingly about his constituency. Also recommended everyone to tour there. Thomas Hardy, it got a bit complicated when he started asking about wanting to set up APPGs for country dancing a la Thomas Hardy, but I'll leave that to him if he doesn't mind. But he spoke very well indeed. The member for my honourable friend, the member for Charnwood, finished off by making a tribute to his predecessor, Stephen Dorrell, who we all know served with huge distinction in this House and through some of the most difficult periods too, particularly when he was Health Secretary and some of the problems that were existing in those days. But he spoke well and he spoke fluently, and I recommend him to the House and to his future. Many of my other colleagues and friends spoke well as well. I can't go through them all. I hope they'll forgive me if I don't pursue them. But I do say that this was very good. With one exception, I want to raise something. One of the members, the honourable member for Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, I thought spoke brilliantly, actually. If there was a successor to Gordon Brown, he spoke just as powerfully and as loudly, and almost the same politics, really. I wondered whether or not... I wonder whether there'd been any change, really, but he's not quite the same age, but I must say he's making every process too. So I recommend him to his colleagues and to the House. He made a really, really good speech. Can I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, with a very short place to go, the Queen's speech, I believe, builds on the best of what we can do here in Parliament, setting out our plans for the next. My right honourable friend made it very clear that we will introduce a full employment bill to contain a range of measures to reform welfare and to grow the economy. We'll give more people the security of a pay packet by achieving full employment, and will plot on progress annually. We have the highest employment rates in the G7, and too many, I felt, on the other side kept on repeating the same mantra that they had before, really laying out a course for more spending, more borrowing and more taxation. The electorate rejected that at the last election, and we must never cease to remind them. And very quickly, there are 4 areas in the welfare bill, 3 areas particularly I want to raise. One is on apprenticeships. The last Parliament we delivered 2.2 million. These are really, really important to train and give the skills that we need for our young people and older people as well to be able to get on and to develop their productivity. We intend a further 3 million. And I must say to honourable and right honourable gentlemen here, we intend to report on this. We take it so seriously that the Chancellor has made it clear that he will not put up with any divergence from that. We will get those apprenticeships and they will work. And I simply say, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, that we will pursue what we set out to do. Employment going down, workless households down, the deficit down. This Queen's speech builds on what success we had before, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that Amendment E be made. As many as that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Order. The question is that Amendment E be made. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Susan Ellen Jones and Nick Dakin. Tell us for the noes, Charlie Elphick and Stephen Bartlett. I'm purposely giving it a long time. Lock the doors!
The ayes to the right, 278. The noes to the left, 325.
The ayes to the right, 278. The noes to the left, 325. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. I now call Mr. Tom Brake to move Amendment A formally.
Not moved.
Not moved.
Oh, well done.
I now call Mr. Angus Robertson.
Where is
I call Mr. Stewart Hosie to
move formally.
B formally. The question is that Amendment B be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Question is that Amendment B be made. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Owen Thompson and Marion Fellows. Tellers for the noes, Charlie Elphick and Steve Bartlett.
Well done.
Lock the doors!
The ayes to the right, 60. The noes to the left, 318.
Strange. The ayes to the right, 60. The noes to the left, 318. The noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. The question is the original question, that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. As many as that opinion, say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is the original question, that an humble address be presented to Her Majesty. As many as that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Charlie Elphick and Stephen Bartley. Tell us for the noes, Susan Ellen Jones and Nick Dakin. the doors!
The ayes to the right, 326. The noes to the left, 279.
The ayes to the right, 326. The noes to the left, 279. The ayes have it. The